Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on this Monday morning, August 17th. Take a quick look at the tape, introduce the panel, and dive into it. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And fresh off of a UFC event, the one and only senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hair doing?
Good morning, Naples. It is another beautiful day after a great weekend. We're ready to roll, man.
Jimmy's ready to roll. He was at UFC this past weekend in Philly, and as you know, NinjaTrader is a sponsor of the UFC.
It's a sponsor.
We don't talk about that enough in here. What do you guys think? Good morning, Chad. Should we start talking more about UFC? Maybe do a ticket giveaway in here? We got UFC fans in here this morning. Let's see how much everybody's awake here, Craig. Is everybody ready for this Monday morning? Should we talk more UFC? Should we give some UFC tickets away here on NinjaTrader Live? Let me know in the chat. A few people are awake. Not everybody, though. Quick look at the tape, and we'll get to the headlines with Shai. The divergence is here. It's a different divergence. It's the one that, I kind of thought this was going to happen. NASDAQ is up 0.5% this morning. S&P is pretty much flat. Dow and Russell 2000 are a little bit weaker. I'm not surprised by this. I think that this is the trade for now. I think it's going to be strong NASDAQ, kind of flat to weak everything else. Also, VIX is the lowest it's been in a while now.
All year, basically.
A year. Yeah, great. Yay. Weak dollar this morning, seeing all the currencies green across the board. Also have copper, as Jimmy put in his note this morning. Are you subscribed to the newsletter? Did you read Jimmy's note? Oh, it's probably not out yet.
I talked about copper, too.
Yeah, well.
They should subscribe.
I mentioned, and Shai's going to make sure she's getting in there. She did talk about it as well. I just saw Jimmy's early this morning, before yours, Shai, which is weird. But copper's knocking on $7. You know what else is getting clipped really hard is natural gas. I was looking at that chart. It just looks horrible. But we'll see what Shai thinks about. Maybe that's starting to come back into play. And then gold is up a little bit this morning. I'm a little skeptical of gold rallies. I still think gold to sell the rally tape. But we'll talk about all of that and more. First, Shai, the news.
All right, so we have technology stocks lifting global equities after stellar revenue growth at Anthropic bolstered the view that massive spending on artificial intelligence will be sustained. Fresh evidence of surging demand for technology came from the chatbot maker Anthropic, telling investors its second quarter revenue jumped at least 14-fold from the same period in 2025. Next, we have, which we have been talking about it, but it's front page news now. Investment grade companies have sold nearly 1.5 trillion of bonds this year, a 36% jump from a year earlier. And the biggest tech companies borrowing is now equivalent to roughly 25% of the U.S. Treasury's net issuance of notes and bonds. The surge in this new AI debt is crowding out Treasury demand as people move to higher yielding debt from the immensely popular companies like Alphabet, whose 30-year debt was issued at a yield of 6.4%, 1.5 percentage points more than the comparable treasuries, and Meta paid over 7.5%. And then we did have an announcement from Alphabet this morning. They aim to raise another $5 billion in an Australian bond offering.
I mean, I don't know why that's funny to me.
And of course, we've got to turn to the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping has ground to a halt ahead of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire expiry over the weekend. Well, the MOU, the 60-day ceasefire, is over today, though Iran said that it was violated a long time ago. So there's no official negotiations or deal in sight. Over the weekend, only 5 cargo ships passed through the critical passage on Saturday and none on Sunday, and 0 tanker traffic. We did have Trump on the wires this morning threatening to bomb Oman if it gets in the U.S.'s way. And on Iran, he says he is in no hurry. So there you have it.
Who didn't know that?
As far as data is concerned today, very quiet day, 8:30 a.m. We have Empire Manufacturing, and then at 10 we have Housing Market Index. So nothing really market moving as far as data is concerned today.
Yeah, just a Monday morning in August, everybody. As I wrote in my note, ease your way into the week. Don't be in a big hurry. I have been saying don't overthink August, and I don't think the market really is overthinking this tape. You have the VIX, like you said, the lowest it's been in, what, a year?
Yeah, all year, basically, since the beginning of the year. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
NASDAQ is starting to come back a little bit more alive than the other indexes. Not a surprise because they're all been much higher if you're looking at it technical-wise.
Yeah.
And here we are. And so what do you think on this Monday morning, August?
Yeah, no, I just learned that Google has issued a kangaroo bond. So in case anyone was wondering, when you issue in Australia, it's called the kangaroo bond. That's a real thing. I never knew that before. 25 years in the business, never heard that before. But it is hump week, right? We had all the data last week. Non-farm payrolls the week before, CPI, PPI, retail sales last week. Next week is NVIDIA earnings, core PCE. And the Warsh-Jackson Hole speech this week is quiet from a data concern. Go ahead, Shai.
Yeah, we have FOMC
minutes. But, it's really kind of a light macro week and a light micro week, too. There's some consumer earnings from Home Depot, Lowe's, Target, Walmart. But it's a quiet week, but it's expiry week. VIX expiry Wednesday, regular expiry on Friday. So a lot of positioning will get cleaned up this week, and the market will trade a bit truer next week. But the window of potential weakness, as we like to call it, is basically closed for now, which means we need to see, really big macro events or data or geopolitical or something out of the ordinary likely to shake the tape from its kind of steady grind up experience that we've been witnessing. And so this morning, like you said, S&Ps are kind of a little bit higher, but NASDAQ outperforming, Russell underperforming. And so the math of that allows you to keep the S&P largely pinned. In the news for over the weekend, Anthropic number is very strong. So the Anthropic chain is bid this morning. Kospi was up again last night. And you're right, we're starting to see that catch up there. If this tape's going to propel itself higher into the fall and into year end, it's got to be NASDAQ from here. We need to see the AI CapEx story continue, revenue momentum continue, and some returns and profitability trends accelerate. And right now it seems okay. The financing markets are tightening up a little bit, as Shai mentioned. Spreads are widening, but issuance is getting done. And it's really the Fed's Barkin was out last week, and he basically said AI CapEx is impervious to interest rates. And we've been talking about that for several weeks, months even, that the AI CapEx story isn't really being slowed down. But what is being slowed down? The bond market. Bond markets globally are on sale, particularly at the long end, not just in the U.S. German yields at the long end are making decade highs. French OAT yields at the long end are to the highs back not seen since 2009. JGB yields continue to move to the highs. And so deficit spending plus AI CapEx means lots of supply. Term premiums are expanding. Uncertainty is out there about a forward outlook beyond 10 years, which makes sense. Investors are asking for more compensation to lend securities out that long. Eventually, that's going to hit broad asset markets. Right now, it's not really hitting the NASDAQ trade, but it makes sense that the NASDAQ would start to outperform in that environment where other companies are being crowded out by higher cost of capital, housing, low-end consumer. So I think that's a story we've been talking about. I think it's likely to continue, particularly for this week, in a dearth of news and a positive gamma regime that we're in.
Positive gamma. Macros need an outsized event to move the tape. Expiration on Wednesday. Folks, I hate to tell you, it's probably going to be a little bit quiet in the indexes, especially the S&P. I think this divergence is going to be kind of the trade again. You're going to have narrow pullbacks probably in NASDAQ that are going to be bought, auto buy, dare I say.
It's kind of like breaking out of that pennant on the daily.
She's looking at pennants now, folks. You're going to have to, I know. They got the wedge, the pennant. Isn't it weird? I talked about this last week. I don't look at the.
I'm a pattern person.
I know. Well, Jimmy, let's go to you. The chat says that they would like to hear you do this morning's Edge Report in a Michael Buffer voice. You think we can make that?
Let's get ready to rumble.
What are you seeing overnight?
The dollar's a story, right? The dollar's weak against all the currency pairs. We have the Euro FX breaking out of a descending triangle to the upside. Just had to say that for Tracy. We have the Aussie Aussie's kicking butt. It's rallying like crazy. New Zealand dollars breaking out to the upside. Even the yen's kind of holding its own. and that that's definitely affecting the gold market, as you pointed out. But there's a lot of things affecting the gold market as well, and I'm going to talk about that in the Edge report because it's an interesting trade right now. But copper, aluminum, silver, tin, nickel, lithium, these things don't grow on trees, and we are kind of we're building up for this AI revolution that we're in right now. So I'm not surprised that there's a strong bid here on gold right now, and in silver. Silver's over $65 right now. So the metals are the interesting trade right now. On the equities, I think you were right on point in your morning note that you put on X. S&P and Russell are kind of just, really a low volume, tight range overnight, just hovering around all-time highs, not moving everywhere. NASI is racing to catch up like crazy, and it is. And then the Dow is retracing. It's taking a hit. The Dow is the weakest link there. So that divergence is true. It exists.
Yeah, I mean, the new divergence is in town. I mean, we continue to see these rotations. I don't think that they're bearish. But again, what I think is going to be something to watch once we get through this next wave of rotation, can the indexes start to work together? Will there be something that drives us lower or higher? Because what I see with a really low VIX is complacement. Like the fear is gone. There's nothing to worry about. Everything's great, right? Again, but when we sit and look at the tape, you do start to see metals start to get pushed higher, as you talked about, Jimmy. The bond market can't get out of its own way. I mean, Jimmy, before I go back to the macro crew, I mean, the bond market just looks, awful.
Yeah, I mean, it's going down. I'm yelling timber right now. I mean, this is, we're in a 108
Did he just
handle.
go pitbull on us? I'm going down.
It's awesome that you recognize that reference, Anthony.
He went pitbull on us.
I'm full pitbull on this thing. I mean, we're at a 108 handle here. I mean, I don't think the low's in. It's just every single metric on the chart is negative. Series of lower highs, lower lows. We can't get any traction. We're below all the key moving averages right now. The yearly lows are in sight, easy peasy at 108, 08 or 12. I can't remember the exact tick, but there's no anytime we get any movement to the upside in bonds, it gets sold off. And to Craig's point, this sell-off is going to keep on rolling here.
I know we have to focus on today, but I can't look at this tape and think to myself, I hate when tapes get super complacent like this. And you see a bond market, and we talk about velocity. That has not been a factor this year, right? Bond market has moved down the entire year, not really with velocity, but really just steadfast, just like,
well, the other thing,
straight lower.
The other thing that was sorry to interrupt. The stock index futures have very, very low volume on a Sunday night open till now. Is a little bit surprising. We're at 81,000 only on the E-mini S&P, which I kind of look at right away to see what the volume is.
That's really light. I mean, again, though, because equities are out of favor. I hate to say this, right? I mean, but again, you're going to go through this period of complacement. I think you're going to go through this period of really low vol. I'd be very curious to see what you think of this, Craig. What window? I know we're in the window of, we have expiration this week, but we're in the window of what right now?
Yeah, I'd say we're in the window where zero data expiry flows and positioning trumps everything. And so, typically what we see in these weeks is dealer buybacks of hedges and a generally constructive tape. I know vol signals, Dan had been talking about the potential for, a little bit of softness this week, just given positioning, but it's going to be a quiet week. And I think the zero data expiry flows will trump things. But if I was looking back, I saw a headline, or a market stat, the last 3 midterm years, we've had a 10% correction that started either on the August expiry date or the September expiry date into the midterms. So 3 in a row, 10% correction either from the August expiry date or the September expiry date. Well, it turns out we're in a midterm election again. 3 doesn't necessarily make a trend. Maybe it'll be the 4th one this year. But if you think about the setup into the election, with Democrats making some more headway with some momentum, a Democratic regime change where they control the Senate and the House with the Trump presidency, I think that's a risk-off event that people are going to start hedging for as we start to get closer, because it really is going to slow down the trajectory of the AI story. Democrats are against the momentum there. The regulatory regime is likely going to grow. And then with respect to fiscal stimulus, normally folks think about split regimes as being good for markets. But this time around, Democrats are not going to give Trump anything, and Trump's not going to give Democrats anything. So fiscal spending is going to slow down materially again in 2027. That's another negative backdrop for risk. So you start to think about just the level of complacency that we have right now. Makes sense, given there's nothing really going on, and Trump's not looking to accelerate the geopolitical issues in the Middle East. But we do have this big event coming, and if you look back even historically beyond just the midterm years, September, October, volatility rises, crazy trading. We've seen it time and time again. Get ready for it, be prepared for it, and now you're getting the opportunity to really, for longer-term portfolios to really hedge for it. It's not necessarily being, a doomer or bear porn. It's just protect yourself so you have the ability to buy when things get better, when prices get better. And right now, prices really aren't great, and volatility is probably the best thing you could buy at the lows of the year.
Yeah, you just got to have the stomach to withstand the time duration of what that could be.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Shai, I want to go to you. A market we haven't talked about this morning. Two markets I want to talk about. Energy. We want to talk about natural gas, which continues to just trickle lower. Crude oil stuck in this $80 to $84 range. I've written about this for months. I don't know what else to say about it. I just think crude oil is another market. Unfortunately, traders, I don't like to say that there's not too many things I don't think are great to trade right now. I like the NASDAQ actually right now. I think the S&P is not a great trade. And crude oil it's in that boat, Shai. It's just stuck right around the VWAP for the year. We get push and pull by headlines. You have an administration that talks the price down. Really no action to take the price down, but it talks it down. And then you have macro backdrop fundamentals that say we should be higher, but yet here we are.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not surprising. Everybody wants this to be over with and push past this. So it's not really on people's radars. That said, if we look at, we're trading at $82 right now. That's significantly higher than we were trading at last year, which was between 55 and 65. So still materially higher. Not surprising. It's kind of, I would expect it to slow down, particularly in August when Europeans are on vacation, everybody's taking their kids back to school, not a lot of trading going on, and we've been rather volatile for the last 5 months. So I would expect August to be kind of more of a steady market because it's not really reacting to headlines anymore. So. Unless we're in a
doldrum. I don't know what to say, everybody.
I mean, unless, of course, the bombs start going off again. But other than that, I don't think that...
outsized events. Outsized macro events, outside geopolitical events, things that we can't, predict. But, I want to get to chat a little bit here. Somebody say there's a bunch of old people.
And then nat gas.
Oh, go ahead, natural gas.
You asked about natural gas. Well, come on, Ben. So natural gas, first of all, it's seasonally, it's a low season. It's summer. We will have gas injections coming up for winter. Plus, I also think that what Europe has not done is they have waited too long to fill their gas storage because they thought that this was all going to end, and so they didn't do anything. They're 57% full. It's mandated they're full by 90%. So what I think they're going to end up having to do is buy spot from the U.S. market, and so that should give it a boost to heading into the fall.
I'm glad that we covered natural gas this morning. I don't think it's ready for a buy just yet, but what's interesting, Jimmy, and I'll let you talk about this in your Edge report, and when you're doing your Michael Buffer voice, large specs are the most short they've been in 3 years, roughly. And you're near a lowest price that we've been in some time. I look at natural gas, I'd like to see almost like a flush out lower with all these large spec shorts. And maybe that turns into a buy and just a trend ripper up this later in the year.
It's either basing,
record this.
It's either basing here at this like $2.66 area, $2.60 to 66. It's either basing here if you look at the daily chart, or we have one flush below 250.
Yeah, I like to see a flush and then buy it. I'd like to see a stops run. Again. So again, let me get to chat now. Nobody interrupt me here. I got to have a little talk with somebody.
Well.
Right. What did somebody say? Somebody goes, where's it at now? I got to find it. I can't think of anywhere else where a bunch of old people make financial talk sound fun.
If I had any feelings, it might be hers.
This is Focus on Extreme. I'm calling them out. I mean, how old do you think we are here? Yeah. I mean, me and Craig we're and Shy. Well, Jimmy's old. I don't know. All right. Sorry, Jimmy. You're all right.
Well, just let him know. You hang out with me, and you're gonna know what fun really is. Believe me.
Exactly. You want to know what old is? Yeah, come hang out with me and Jimmy. You ain't gonna be getting home till real late. All right. I know Craig's unamused at the moment. They're calling.
At least I think it's fun. At least
exactly.
At least
That's
it's
true.
fun.
I know. It's all right. I don't care. I know I'm getting old. What are you gonna do? My back hurts for no reason. Welcome to the party. What else was I going to talk about? Smart Chuck asked me a question. Anthony, are you saying bond market going down is a bad thing for economy? Don't we want mortgage rate to go down to help lower K? Well, Smart Chuck, just when the bond market goes down, rates go up. And so what I'm saying is that the bond market has just been steadfast going lower this year. We talk about it. If it moves with velocity, people keep an eye on it, and it's had some of those moments. But for the most part, the market's totally, completely, and utterly ignored the bond market raising rates. I mean, and Craig can touch base.
Yeah, and there's also a difference between where the Fed could set rates and what the long end of the bond market trades on, right? And so if you look at the data over the course of the last 10 days, we had a pretty bad non-farm payrolls print, a negative assessment of the labor market, negative payrolls. We had weaker than expected inflation prints, both on CPI and PPI, and we had a pretty disastrous retail sales print Friday morning. You would think that's evidence that the economy is showing some signs of strain. What would you normally assume that the bond market would do? The bond market should rally on that. What happened? Bond markets have been selling off all week and again this morning. And so it kind of shows you that even though the expectations for Fed interest rate hikes have come down, the long end of the bond market continues to be weak. It's suggesting that it's being traded on something else besides just macro, and it's supply. It's supply of deficit spending in the U.S., Japan, Germany, France, and the AI CapEx story, which is, there's a journal article out today which talks about the circular financing and how big the numbers are in the trillions, right? Yeah. We're talking about still to be funded. And so we already know that the story has moved from funding from internally generated free cash flow from the hyperscalers to increasingly more debt finance and even some equity finance. Well, more to come. And so bond investors are saying a lot of supply is coming from different parts of the economy with more risk. We are commanding more compensation for lending that money out. And so that is pressuring not only spreads in AI, but pressuring spreads everywhere else. That's why mortgage rates can't fall. That's why they continue to move higher. That's slowing the housing market. It's slowing other parts of the economy, starting, really crowding out areas that are not related to AI. You don't see that in the S&P. You don't see that in the NASDAQ because those companies are not really affected. But you do see that in other areas of the economy. And increasingly so, I suspect you're going to start to see that more in things like small caps and micro caps and other areas that are not in this AI trade.
Yeah. I want to talk about the divergence because I want to talk about what's happening today versus where I think what could start to happen later this fall. Here we are, again, middle of August, expiration, VIX the lowest it's been in all year, positive gamma. NASDAQ is the one today that, again, I think that continue to look for narrow pullbacks, and they're probably going to get auto-bought. We'll see, right? I mean, you never know. I think you look at the Dow and the Russell, they've already reached resistance, and they're starting to struggle. If you want to sell a market, sell the weaker one today. And S&P is just stuck in mud. It just has been. I don't know what else to say about it. It's not the greatest market. Can't wait to have Dan Roos back soon. I think we'll talk with him about that and see what he thinks when, we get out of the options guys with the S&P lately. But, again, don't overthink this tape. Everybody don't get too, I would say, too aggressive with any positioning right now. Just understand that this is not the greatest environment when you see this. We've gone back and forth in divergences on the tape. And, let it be for what it is. What were you going to say, Shay?
Well, I mean, the Russell did make a new all-time high again overnight. So, I mean, it's still...
Yeah, I'm talking about, like I said, just today, like right now. Again, it's lower versus the NASDAQ. Short-term day traders, they could care less about a lot of that stuff. That's why I try to look at, what I think does eventually get interesting is when you have this NASDAQ divergence eventually work its way through. We've gone through two different divergence cycles, right, where the Russell and the Dow were leading intraday, and the NASDAQ was weaker. I think that's shifting, and I think intraday will see the opposite. And again, when that runs its course, come this fall, again, getting ahead of myself, what happens when the indexes start to go together? Do rates start to say, hey, S&P, a lot of these markets in there, we can't continue to go higher. Or Russell, do they start to acknowledge it? Again, nothing matters until it does. The tape that we have today is low volume, low volatility. NASDAQ's the upside leader for the moment. Again, forget about like going back weeks or months. And that's what we have. And again, we'll talk more about that all this morning. But we got to go because it's about that time. Is Jimmy going to do it? I don't know, chat. Is he going to talk like Michael Buffer? This morning's Edge Report is up next. Jimmy, let's take it away. Jimmy.
Not even going to attempt it, but let's take a look at natural gas. Deli wants to see natural gas. Wasn't on my dance card this morning, but we're going to look at it anyway. This is a weekly chart right now for natty gas. And the commitment of traders data is on the bottom of the chart, right? The green, the speculators are still pretty net short, minus 198,000 contracts net, whereas the hedgers, the commercials, are long, 180,000. Now, you can't really compare week to week. It's in this particular market, but you can compare August to August. So if you go all the way back to last August here, you could see we made a low, and the commitment to trader was a lot tighter. The open interest was less. So it's a lot more aggressive now. And not only that, we're starting to break through that last August low as well. We almost have a triple bottom here if you kind of think of it that way. Going to a daily, you can see we had a really nice sell-off here. We're skirting around the bottom as we speak. And and Tracy mentioned 2.5. I'm going to raise that up a little bit higher here. I think we're seeing buyers coming in right now in the summer around 2.64-ish to 2.63-ish. I think we start making new lows here. Yeah, we can kind of get down to the prior quarter low at 2.56. But I don't know if we're going to go too much further than that. But who knows? Time will tell. Moving averages are starting to slope downward again as well on natty gas. So let's shoot over to the main event, I think, is gold today and also copper today. But we're going to talk about gold today. Let's go ahead and shoot. We're going to go back to the commitment of trader data as well here. And you can see we are comparing week to week here. And we do have this bid on the commitment of traders. Large specs now are net positive 217,000 contracts, so it's an increase from last week. And then the commercials are net 253,000 short, which is also an increase on the short positions for the commercials. Again, suggesting some upward price movement. We're seeing a movement up here on the RSI right now. It's crawling up somewhat. And on this particular chart here, we have this kind of triangle, this pyramid-shaped breakout to the upside right now. We're above the yearly open. We'll see it better on the daily chart right now. On the daily chart, there's all sorts of targets. Now, we're kind of sitting around this prior week close level at 44.37 on gold. And we do have a PAX line at 44.90. Previous week's highs, 45.09, are also in play. Moving averages are still diverging. The 8 is spreading up from the 21 a little bit more, and that's kind of all moving up right now. The RSI is nicely sloping up. It's gently around 65, 66 right now. Again, this is catching somewhat of a bid still, and I think that there's going to be a lot more upward pressure. Overnight, we do have some good targets here on gold as well. We have a really nice volume profile here with a really nice point of control. This thing is interested in breaking out one way or the other right now. And let me just kind of open this up a little bit better so we can see it a little bit better. Point of control right there in the middle. And we're selling off it as we speak right now. 44.53 spot 4. Targets on the downside. We just blew through that JAX 2. We blew through London IB low a long time ago. And now we have this pivot down here right below the session lows here, which is now all of a sudden on my radar screen if the bears take over. That's 44.17 spot 4. Below that, JAX 1 is all the way down at 44 even. Above that level here, if we kind of get a big bid back above that session VWAP again, we have some really nice targets, including R1, which we wicked through once overnight real briefly here, and that was at 44.69 spot 3. Above that, that one-day max bar MenthorQ is definitely on my radar screen right now, 44.91 spot 2. R2 is right above that, and then call resistance at 45.10. So there's definitely potential here. Yeah, we're having a little bit of a sell-off right now back down in the Asian IB. We'll see if that holds or not. And that Asian IB is something to look at, by the way, folks. The high is right where we're at right now. We're dipping back into it. We had that little bit of a sell-off last session as well. So we'll see what gold does. I'm still bullish, though, even though today we're having a little bit of a sell-off. Keep an eye on the U.S. dollar also to kind of look at that relationship between the dollar and gold as we go forward here. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Michael. Shai?
Yes.
Preview of our guest. I said,
All right. So we have Sam Rines, who is the macro strategist at Wisdom Tree.
all right, let's take a look at who else will be on NinjaTrader Live this morning. Of course, we have Tape Talk with Pharm following the interview with Sam. And we've got Trade the Open with the lovely ladies, Tanja and Salma, the OGs. Midday Markets with Jack and Stowe. Trade the Close with XY, Joey, and Nick for a tick. All right. Well, let's bring in Mr. Sam Rines. Sam, good morning.
Good morning. Good to see both of you.
Great to meet you and great to have you here on NinjaTrader Live. Here we are this Monday morning in August. We're talking about low volume, low VIX, Vixpiration Wednesday, macro backdrop. Really doesn't seem to be playing very nice with the crude oil market. So that's kind of like the topics of conversation for us this morning. What do you see?
I think it's really interesting because a lot of what you brought up over the last 15, 20 minutes is exactly what's top of mind for me at the moment. One, we came into this year expecting a couple of rate cuts. We had a potential dove coming in with Warsh being appointed by Trump. And all of a sudden, what do we have? We have the potential for a rate hike into the back half of the year. We don't expect one, but that's kind of the anticipation. I would argue that if you told me that we would get this type of data in February going into the U.S.-Iran conflict, when we had those two cuts priced in, I would say those two cuts are almost guaranteed, right? A weakening labor market, very weak super cores, Dallas mean PCE, a median PCE running at the lowest it's run at since 2021. I would have said, hey, we're going to get those two rate cuts, and it's time to begin picking up some gold, begin picking up some expendable commodities, your crude, even your nat gas type of trades. And now we're sitting in mid-August, and we have that data. What we don't have is that anticipation. I actually think this is a pretty interesting opportunity, as Warsh came in a little bit like Miley Cyrus, like a wrecking ball on the hawkish side. And all of a sudden, he may have to back off this hawkishness going into the back half of the year if we keep getting this data. That's really bullish for two things. It's really bullish for gold. It's really bullish short end of the curve. And it may actually be somewhat bearish long end of the curve. I do think that it would freak markets out a little bit to see the potential for a rate cut to get priced in. That might push the long end yields higher and begin to have a little bit of a, what are we actually going to see for trade in 2027? I think it gets really interesting in the back half.
Yeah, I mean, first off, we went from Pitbull to Miley Cyrus references. They ever call us old and chat again? I mean, we totally debunked that whole old thing. But Sam, I want to go to you. One last thing before I get to Shai. I know when we go back and we look at if I would have seen X and X is happening, I would never have believed it. The one that really throws me off the most is the bond market with a 108 handle, rates continuing to chip higher, really across the middle to the back end of the curve. And the Russell is up 22% this year. When everybody told me that the small caps are not going to do well in a higher interest rate environment, and here we are.
I would argue to a certain degree that's a little bit of the AI trade. Right? If you're going to look at companies that can get a little bit of margin out of not hiring as many people, really pushing on that productivity button of AI, figuring out how to use it. It's not necessarily the larger businesses that have a lot of red tape to go through. It's the smaller businesses that can be a little bit more nimble. So I do think there's a little bit of that AI trade creeping in there. So it's one of the reasons I would argue it makes quite a bit of sense here. Also, people looking for a little bit of diversification away from the AI components and AI enabler type trades. It does make a little bit of sense on, kind of the broadening out, trying to avoid some of the pitfalls and some of the ball that we've seen with some of the larger names on the AI side of the trade.
And do you think, so we've seen, obviously, NASDAQ's been weaker because people are rolling out of that AI trade. We've kind of made a V-bottom here, and it looks like people are willing to jump back in that trade. Is that going to pull on other markets again, like it was? Everybody was, remember, everybody was kind of piled into that trade, and you saw what happened with that. Are we going to repeat that again, I guess is what I'm saying.
Ooh, yeah, history does tend to repeat itself, and it does seem like this time around it's maybe 2 or 3 weeks. History seems to just kind of bounce back. Do we continue to have a reversion to the AI trade? Probably for now. It seems like every other day you get an announcement that is somewhat bullish on whether it's Microsoft or Amazon or Meta or Google spending more or figuring out how to do innovative financing like NVIDIA. Anytime I hear innovative financing, I do kind of take a little bit of a pause. But it does get traders pretty excited for, if NVIDIA can lend to its own revenue, that's pretty interesting to the bottom line over the next couple of years. The question is, what exactly do you get after that next couple of years? And markets are pretty good at figuring that out. All of a sudden, you may begin to see a Cisco-like air pocket in terms of the spend. It doesn't really matter if the spend is going away or if it's just slowing. I think that slowing is really important. If you begin to see the second derivative of AI spend from the hyperscalers go negative, that could really be problematic for a lot of these trades. And to a certain degree, you could see people become situationally aware all over again.
Well, that leads me to say, they've obviously, and I want you to talk a little to this about, all the AI debt issuance going on right now that seems to be pulling from the Treasury market. But if you're saying that really these guys just need to keep spending to keep investors happy, at what point do they want to see some kind of return on that?
Well, it's interesting. You have seen really interesting returns on the AI spend already. I would argue that Meta is one of the examples of AI spending actually working, and it gets overlooked. But the revenue lines on Meta are actually holding up / accelerating at very high levels because the way that they're implementing AI is not necessarily for outside individuals to use. It's internally to serve better and more targeted ads, which is how they make money, keep people on the screen longer, which is how they make money, and then be able to call it incentivize folks to log on more often. I would argue that that is an example of AI actually working for the revenue line. Are they spending too much? They're basically holding free cash flow at even. Amazon holding free cash flow slightly negative to somewhat even. Google slightly negative. You look at the way that they're doing it, you're beginning to see how it could be monetized. The question is, can you continue to do that? Now, OpenAI, Anthropic, there are other questions there. You have to have tokens perform well. You have to have, all of these other pieces really work on the consumer side. But when it comes to the companies that can internalize the rewards of AI, I would argue what we've seen is pretty positive.
And let's talk about we touched on the Fed a little bit. What are your thoughts on, are they going to raise rates? If they do, is there a window? Is it like September and that's it? Or do you think they're really going to have to cut eventually?
I think it's hold until you cut at this point. It's very difficult to say I'm going to hike interest rates when you have NFP running at, well, not running at zero, but bouncing around zero, right? You've seen positive prints, you've seen negative prints. I think it's really difficult to say we're going to raise rates, and because it's so good out there, and we don't see any progress on inflation. Simply speaking, you've seen pretty good progress on inflation. It's almost as though we got the hawk as soon as everybody actually decided that inflation wasn't going to move any higher, and the labor market was going to take a pause at stall speed. So I don't think there's any reasonable case to say we're going to hike here. I would say that would be very much a Trichet moment for the FOMC, and nobody wants a Trichet moment, frankly. Why do you think they keep? I was going to say, why do you think that the market keeps pricing in,
Hikes.
Oh.
I mean, not
because
full high. I mean, they're not, but close to 50% last couple of meetings.
Yeah, well, it's because that's the way that Warsh is talking, right? Warsh is, speaking loudly and carrying no stick, so to speak, right? He wants to talk the market into higher long end rates, which should tame inflation to a certain degree, and then not have to do anything, right? Like I would say his boss, the Trump administration, do not want to see a rate hike, and it's been pretty effective, bringing down. They call it core PCE, the super cores, et cetera. If you look at the Dallas trimmed mean, it's running at 2.2, which is very, very close to where the Fed wants. And, PCE is its preferred measure, or at least was before we find out what the task force says. But, that was its preferred measure of inflation. And if your trim mean is running at 2.2, you're very, very close within a statistical margin of your 2% goal. With labor markets at zero, I think Warsh gets to back off the hawk talk. Might not see it at Jackson Hole, but I would say the last hawk dies at Jackson Hole.
I agree with that. I mean, where does gold sit in all this then?
I would say that gold is one of the really interesting buying opportunities here. Right? I would argue that one of the reasons why gold has been a really tricky trade is typically when you have war and rumors of war, what do? You buy gold and gold goes up. This time around, gold was already priced for a little bit of an inflationary environment. It was already priced for the geopolitics. And all of a sudden you had rate hike expectations creep into the system that took out, I would say, some of the weaker hands on the gold side. Now you have the back half of the year where you could all of a sudden see the hawks begin to shift to some dovishness, maybe not outright doves, but dovishness. That could really be a catalyst for gold going forward. Would not surprise me to see us go well beyond a 5 handle by this time next year.
I mean, I guess the follow-up is silver as well. It's back above $65. Feel the same way?
Yeah, silver I just view as a lever play on gold. So I would view it as far more volatile, but yes, I would view it very similarly here.
And do you think that all of this AI CapEx spend adding to GDP is sort of masking any of the weak parts of the economy?
Ooh, I would actually say it's overshadowing some of the brighter spots in the economy. When you look at retail sales year over year, I like to look at Redbook. I'm old school. Redbook same-store sales are running at 8.4% year over year. That's brick and mortar stuff. What we saw in the retail sales report last week that really was kind of, oh, that looks bad, was the non-store retailers. So I do like to look at Redbook. Redbook running at 8.4. It's been running at that level or better for the last quarter. I would say the U.S. consumer is actually what has been really, really surprising. You look at credit card spend across all the major banks, Amex, Bank of America, Citigroup. You just look at it, and it's absolutely stunning what consumers have been doing. I would say the AI CapEx spend really sucks a lot of the oxygen out of the room for an underlying economy that's been incredibly resilient and may really surprise people as you begin to have inflation come back towards something like normality. You could really have the S&P, call it S&P 493, really surprised to the upside here.
We can end it there. Sam, thank you so much for joining us today on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Shai, we first off, he said red book. That's old school.
I know, it's old school. It's really interesting to hear, there seems to be two camps here where the economy's, underlying economy is not so great. Some people think that it's better. So I'd like to hear the balanced view.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agreed a lot with what Sam said. The only thing that I'm skeptical of is gold, just because the price action's so bad. But again, we'll see. I think it's one of those macro trades that just doesn't have the technicals coinciding with it just yet. And I don't love the bottom in gold. I don't know. Again, I don't love the way that made the low. But again, we'll see what happens. But before we let you go, Shai, somebody from chat got a picture of somebody from NinjaTrader Live in the wild. Can we see what that picture? There it is. Wow. Man. Look at that, man.
Look, it's Jimmy Buffer.
Jimmy Michael Buffer. All right. I mean, I'm glad somebody snapped that picture of him last night. Now we know why he was so tired this morning.
Exactly.
Who knew he was working all these other shifts?
Who knew?
I mean, really. Unbelievable. All right, Shai.
All right.
We'll see
Thank
you
you.
later. All right. Pharm. What up?
Deli, this overnight session just made today the hardest possible scenario it could be. That's always good
What do you want
fun.
to talk about?
But, yeah, well, first of
We can
all,
talk
tell
about
me
anything.
how many. How many minutes of cash have we traded? Just remind me that first before we
None.
get into it. Oh yeah, that's right, 0. Yeah, let's talk about it. NQ in particular has my interest today, since I've been watching that 269 spot big time. So my eyes are going to be on that. Yeah, math. 30,269.
What's the high overnight?
It swept it. We've got 343. Must be a misprint. Probably should have been 369. But I'm going to challenge my broker on that. But so I mean, right now it looks like a sweep and a fail, and we'll get into it. It really did make this the trickiest scenario possible, which I'm here for.
Yeah. All right. Well, I want to show something on my charts first, if we have that production. Thank you. So, not often I talk about natural gas. Kind of interesting to me, right? Natural gas sitting on these recent lows, recent April. It is August. It's not too recent, but somewhat recent. And you go back to where we were in August of last year. This area has been huge. But what's something to note is you have the most amount of shorts from the large specs and some time. Now, the commercials are the most net long. They've been in some time. But again, when I take a look at something like this, you're near a low and you see largest short position in some time, I just wonder if we get a little sweep of that low back into it, stabilize. I look at my stuff on a different time frame, maybe see if we start to get a buy. I actually triggered a buy on my charts not too long ago, and it failed. It's not working. But again, something to keep an eye on in natural gas, maybe later this fall. Just something to take a look at. Another thing I want to take a look at in energy is just crude oil. I can't stress this enough, everybody. We talk about market environment this weekend. I put out a chart. I talked about 3 of the major markets, 3 very different market environments. Oil, right now, I know everyone continues to look at oil and search for the reasons as to why it's not higher. Maybe some people searching for reasons to why it's not lower. I don't know why they would. But nonetheless, when I look at this market for day traders, I'm basically just telling you, just be careful out there with it. It's just stuck right in these moving averages. Its year-to-date VWAP is right here as well. Let me pull this over. Actually, I don't know why that didn't update from the last time. It should be, there it is, right there. We're just stuck in the middle of all this area. Understand the environment you're in. I mean, crude oil, we know we have a lot of traders trading it. It's just not a clean tape. And I don't really have anything else to add to it, but I just don't like seeing people trying to overthink too many things. And crude oil is one of those markets where it's just stuck in the middle, and it's compressing. Volatility is down, similar to what we're seeing somewhat in the S&P. A little bit, obviously, a different look on where we are year to date, but nonetheless, don't overthink these things too much. When you get into a market that's just sitting at a bunch of moving averages, 921, and the year-to-date VWAP, not the best market for day traders. Pharm, let's see what you're looking at on the indexes.
Yeah, I definitely agree on oil. I think a lot of us are just kind of over it, having to just monitor the news and react. It's getting very old. And it's stuck. So I agree. I've got the NASDAQ up, and I've put up a daily chart this time, and kind of the same template that I've worked with for a few months, which is a reminder. The profile on the left is just a leg profile from the year-to-date low. The center profile was this leg down that we took, roughly. And then this most recent one is for this leg up. And I've got it on the daily for a particular reason, as we kind of flirt with this 269 spot. I mean, if this daily candle goes, to a big, massive 3-bar up, I see a 3-bar up as like the strongest, kind of price action representation in candles that exists. The flip side of that is that a failed 3-bar up, which this would be, if this just ends up closing red and weak after a failed push through these highs, can be an exhaustion sign and very often warrants punishment. And the important part here is that we have not, again, traded a single moment of cash. So we do have to keep that in mind. This means far less to me than if this had happened on a cash hours basis. But I felt for a while that if we're bidding roughly 30,269, even down to 30,069 from above, we're making higher highs, higher lows. It's a high time frame spot, so we're not talking about 5-minute candles. But to me, this opens a move, I think conservatively, to 32,269 or so, give or take. That is clean math. So that seems reasonable and maybe conservative. Now, if we fail here and sellers can actually break this down meaningfully, again, not talking about a 5-minute chart here. I'm talking about shifting value lower on a weekly basis, taking out prior day lows, taking out prior week lows, things of that sort. Then it opens more significant downside. So it keeps it very, very interesting, this spot that we're sitting at today. So I wanted to cover that big picture because I just feel like, there's a lot of people talking about, big correction coming out of August OPEX. Some other people think we're going to fly. And to me, I just feel like it's all about this. I mean, ES has just been choppy, sloppy bullshit, whereas NQ as of late has been strong. It is structurally weaker on big picture, of course. It has not made a new high, but it has been strong, and I would say leading lately. So that needs to continue. We need to get through this spot, and I think this thing can take off, and you're at least talking about a retest of the all-time highs. And then if you break that after a 3-month balance, that's when we start talking about those big upside targets. So I feel like this is a big moment today and this week. And so that's really kind of why that has my major focus. So if you flip over to the 30, the reason it makes it hard, right, is because, again, this is all ETH. None of this was cash. We have no idea what cash participants are going to think. So, we could open up, we could just rip right through that overnight high, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, I got bearish on this, sweep and fail of 269 to 293. And then you just got trapped, right? But there is the potential now that we've failed this for us to come all the way back down to, let's just call it Friday's low, to keep things simple. So there is potential for sellers to come in and wake up and take their shot today. But we need to see this open, and I'll drill into the 5 in just a minute. But bigger picture, I mentioned last night, this 30,000 spot, even down to this 29,910 to 932, I think bulls are fine. There's demand sitting between there, like very strong demand. So I'm not looking to be short anywhere near Friday's low and just lower. So I think that would give bulls another shot at these highs. Again, this was all ETH action. On ES, on 77.92 to 77.96, I'm using. I used 91.5 to 95 last week. It got very annoying typing that extra decimal place. But that's the big spot to me, right? Even if we lose that spot, because again, ES has been choppy, sloppy, shitty. As long as NQ's not horribly weak, I think it can be okay coming down and checking out last week's volume point of control. Even this 77.59 to 62 would be fine. And big picture, it can still be okay. So I just wanted to touch on the big picture first before I drill into the fives for trade setups for today, because especially on NQ, I have to keep that in mind. If there is strength above 269 to 293, then I'm probably covering my sell button for a while, honestly, looking for 30,700s would be my first target. And then again, we can talk about bigger picture upside targets. So on the 5 for NQ, sitting in a relatively important spot off Friday's profile here, kind of 177 to 195, which you can see was supportive overnight after that open. Lose that, I think it's reasonable to come back to 104 to 114. And after this fail, it starts to become pretty important to hold that spot. While I don't necessarily see it as a clean path from 104 to 114 down to call it 30,000, that would be in play, and Friday's low would be in play. So good time for bulls to wake up here and take their second crack at these highs. If this was an ETH situation or an RTH situation, if this had traded cash and we were on the way down, I would be a little bit more hesitant to buy some kind of a sweep of Friday's low. Again, keep in mind this whole area is pretty strong demand to me. But since this was ETH, I would still be open. Like even if things get nasty at the open and we come down and we get a look below and fail at Friday's low, I'm probably still taking a long in a situation like that. So cash opens, we defend 269 to 293. From below, it keeps things interesting. Just keep in mind it's a long day, and I generally think we could see two-way trading before this is decided. But continuation back above last week's high, which sat in that 269 to 293 range. And I'm not looking to be short. I think, sellers could come in and decide they want to work against that high in this 269 to 293 spot. But I'm not going to get caught shorting this thing with continuation through last week's high and the overnight high in any way. So it again makes it a little bit tricky here today. Which side that you want to be on. We've traded 0 minutes of cash. Watch that open. Watch the first 5 minutes. Watch how the IB sets, and just slide along the day and look at the progression. If you're getting a bullish session trend, again coming off that hold on Friday of this 30,000 spot, I think I'll probably lean with long. So I'm going to need sellers to show me something. Take out the overnight low, right? Get back below 104 to 114. And then we can talk. And again, I'm still open to being long way down in the basement for ES. It didn't even come close to Friday's high, let alone Thursday's high, I think it was. So if we come down here and we sweep out Friday's low, same type of deal. Any kind of a failed push through here, I'm looking to get long, taking it back up to at least 78.10, maybe 14 in this 17 to 20 spot. And I'd probably be willing to sell 17 to 20 from below if we open up and get an opening drive up there that fails. So that's ES and NQ, some trade ideas for today. Look at gold real quick. I know you're not as enthused with gold as some people are. I'm glad that you weren't one of the ones bull sperming into resistance at 4,500, because that absolutely drove me nuts. We got the fail that I really think most people expected, even the people that were all very, very excited about it at 4,500. So it's just trapped right now for me. I was leveraged long gold into that spot, closed that. I've got my miners hedged. I'm just going to see what happens. So I don't really have a directional call on gold. You can screenshot these levels mentioned last night, this 43.98 to 44.04. Might be a decent spot to make a day trade long, depending on how this session is setting up. And outside of that, you just don't want to see much traction below last week's low if you're long, right? If so, then it's going to just probably take a little bit longer to consolidate and find its feet. So I'm not really looking to trade gold here, but I very much have my eyes on it, because I do think if you see meaningful strength above, again, call it 4,500 last week's high, then it sort of changes the technical picture pretty significantly. Let's say you come up and test, 45, even 70s, right? And then you're making higher lows above 4,500. I think that's when you're talking about a shift in that technical structure. So definitely have the eyes on gold for this week. And I won't say a whole lot about crude. We talked about it. It's been a very tricky trade. I feel like it's stuck. Not a whole lot to do there. My eyes really are all going to be on NASDAQ and what it does with this daily candle here up around this 30,269. And again, they made this the most difficult possible situation, failing higher first, but doing so on an ETH basis. So big moment today, big day today, may set the tone for the week.
Yeah. So first off, thanks for not lumping me in with that bull sperming comment into gold. I appreciate that. That's very, very nice.
Absolutely.
And the way I look at the market right now is we're in a doldrum. It's a tale of a lot of different tapes. I've been saying this for a while. I think that the NASDAQ is the best index to trade right now. I think that when you look at where it is relative to the other indexes, that's the one, if there is a dip to buy, that I would buy. I look at the S&P. To me, the S&P can go lower while the NASDAQ goes higher. I talked about that spread right now. I think you just have really two different tapes. I mean, you talk about expiration on Wednesday. You're in positive gamma, which is, I mean, I think they said earlier that the volume when the S&P was like 80,000. I don't know if Jimmy was talking micros or minis. Either way, volume's super, super low in equity, even the S&P. NASDAQ's where the action is. Gold, if you like a market that is mean reversion back into a primary trend and you want to look to sell rallies, I like that tape. I mean, I actually think gold is opportunistic because the primary trend for this year has been down. I mean, the VWAP for the year, I think, is up almost like 4,700, so it's a ways away. You can have a lot of two-way tape. I think at least there's going to be some volatility there. I actually see that market where you could trade both sides, but nonetheless, I still think it's a market to sell the rallies. And crude oil is a market, as I said earlier on with you. Just stay away from it. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Understand where we are. It's the middle of August. There's not a lot of outsized macro events, geopolitical events to take us outside of these ranges. Volume's low. Don't be a sucker.
That's right.
That's
right. Watch this. The last thing I would add is just watch this open. We've got YM sitting within its RTH bull gap. I don't have that chart up just now. It kind of needs to wake up here. Back testing its prior all-time high from July. Yeah. It's very weak. But I mean, like, we should find buyers here. And if we don't, it's definitely going to be a terrible look. But it could be a situation where we open and we get a complete 180 on what's strong during the day. I'm not making that call. It's just lately with this dispersion, we've really had to watch the open for those potential relative strength flips. And if that's going to happen, it's going to come from about here on YM. If it's filling its RTH bullish gap, then that's a pretty bad look for it.
Production, can we go to my chart real quick? I want to show something. I don't want to chew into Tanya and Salma's time. Salma's going to yell at me, I feel like. You think she'll yell at me, Pharm?
100%.
100%. So I want to show everybody this. So one thing that I look at, and I've talked about this countless times. I've been looking at this strategy for 20 plus years. 20 period, 3 standard deviation Bollinger Bands. Anytime I see a market spike up into a Bollinger Band and the Bollinger Bands were expanding outward and then you start to have this inward move. This is where, to me, right now, the Dow is boxed in. The Dow is boxed in this area. My call on the Dow is headed to 53,108, which is also the 21-day moving average. As long as we stay below 54,190, the Dow is headed to 53,108. I'm not going to take this trade. I don't really love being short indexes anymore, but that's what I see. And it's a very different look. Again, all the indexes have different looks, but it's a very different look than what I see in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, when I look at it, is just, it's almost in range expansion where I expect the NASDAQ to spike up to 31 to 32K, which I've been talking about, but we'll see. But the Dow, to me, it's got 500 points lower to go, and then we'll see what happens. So just wanted to share that. All right, Pharm. I got to go. The girls are waiting for me. Everybody is waiting for the girls. They don't care about us. I mean, you got two fat-faced men here.
Yeah. Time to get yelled at by the ladies again, right, Deli?
Yeah.
Nothing new.
All right, Pharm. We'll see you later.
We'll see you.
All right. Couple announcements. First, let's go to another lovely lady. Sarah, Strat Sniper, Develop Your Edge is coming. 8:20 at 4 p.m. Eastern. How to identify and trade reversals like a pro, like a strat sniper. I love Sarah's strategy because It is clear, and no matter who you are, you could sit down in a very short period of time, understand it, but she's going to show in the nuance and how she's really developed an edge and built a career as a trader. Sarah's impressive to me. So make sure you tune into that on 820. Now on Discord, I didn't plug it while Pharm was here, but me, Pax, and Pharm will be in Discord this Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Boy, who knows where that's going to go? I mean, really, who knows where that's going to go? I don't even know what we're going to talk about. I mean, kind of know what we're going to talk about. We'll see. With those two, I just got to sit there and just let them go, man. Make sure you're in the Discord for the three of us on the 19th. Well, I've chewed in enough of the time of the OGs, as we call it here on Monday, my favorite morning of the week. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanja and Salma. I'm sorry.
For what?
Chewed into your time.
This is your show. Late. No, it's
fine.
fine.
I was late. You're not mad
No,
at me?
I enjoyed listening. Everyone enjoyed listening.
Salma, you're not mad at me?
No, not at all. Seriously.
Okay. All right, good.
I'm giving you grace today. Feeling graceful.
Yeah. Thank you. It's very nice of you.
Listen, it just means you got to hang out with us an extra 6 minutes, so.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, that's easy. All right, well, what do we want to talk about? Do we talk about the weekend? Do we talk about markets right now? I mean, what do we want to talk about here?
You guys pick.
No pressure.
I want to hear about whether Deli, you posted something on Instagram that you asked us whether you got your hair wet or not in the pool, and I voted no, so I want to know the real answer.
I said yes, but it still looks good.
100% the hair was wet. I mean, I didn't want to show a picture of it, but it looked very similar to what it did today. But I was actually sunbathing yesterday in the pool. It was nice. It was a scorching hot day here in Southwest Florida. But yes, the hair did get wet for temporarily. So, so for those of you that voted no, this was a loser.
Okay. Most people voted no, I think.
Yeah. See, that shows where I really stand with everybody. Everyone thinks I never get it wet. It's just a piece. You know, Leo's really jealous of it. I've noticed that. Have you noticed that, Selma? He's talking about like me as a hairpiece now. He's drowned in like something after I've made him bald. Did we see that? Did everybody you think in here saw that? I'm
Don't
not sure.
tell me you're going to do it again. Don't tell me you're going to do it again.
I mean, production, do we have that clip?
Oh my God.
Man, I think we should show
I
it.
think we all
to
saw
Tanya
that.
to Tanya and Selma's audience. I think it's only fair. Don't you think, Tanya?
I think so.
I mean, let's see if they could conjure that one up. I mean, that's more important than going to any chart from here. I think we need
I got to
see
be
that.
honest. I think like a couple days after you did that to them. What was that? A Thursday? When do they go live? Thursdays or Wednesdays?
Wednesdays, yeah.
Okay, so like I think that Friday I was feeling so bored and I thought to myself, let me go watch that clip again. And I literally watched that whole thing. It was so funny. And then a couple days later, you guys posted it on Twitter and I was like, oh man, Leo's just catching strays left and right. It was so awesome though. It was great.
Oh, the production says they don't have it. Well, maybe you know what we should do? I think we should
pull up
we
the
should find
tweet.
it somewhere. We pull up a tweet or something. I mean,
Pull up the
We have a
tweet.
lot of resources here. Maybe you pull it up, Selma. Let me go to your screen.
I'm
I want
literally
to make sure that
working on
everyone
it right
sees it.
now.
I don't want people to feel left out on the stream. It's just not right.
I think
That
That
everyone's
was so awesome.
it.
Oh, now Austin says he might have it in production. This is important stuff here.
I like this
Gonna keep
comment. It says,
archives of this
Deli's
stuff.
hair getting wet. Deli's hair getting wet means 3 extra weeks of summer.
Who said that? Oh yeah, there. Oh, that was a NinjaTrader person. Yeah.
Production.
Oh, we have it.
Straight.
All right. Soak it in, everybody. Take it in. Imprint it in your memory so you never forget it. It kind of looks like an alien. You think AJ from Lucid's going to ask me to take that down with the Lucid in the background? You think that could happen?
No, AJ's like the last person that would care.
If anything, that helps them. They're fine.
It does.
Bro, he looks like
I
a
think so,
conehead.
too. Somebody goes, Lux Leo. Like, Lux Luthor.
Man. Yeah. All right, I gotta not laugh. You're gonna get us in trouble, Anthony.
Don't worry about it. He's okay with it. He enjoys it.
All
right. Oh yeah, we'll go to charts. Why not? I mean, it's almost 10 after 9 on a Monday in August. Tanya, what are you looking at coming into this Monday morning?
Yeah, I'm looking at how, first off, I think it's kind of crazy that Friday ended pretty weak on the day, and then we had a gap up at Sunday open, and, indices popped up again overnight. But NASDAQ took out like the Friday high, and ES during London session did not. So I find that's an interesting divergence there. And ES is fading past lower. It's below midnight open, 8:30 open, below previous all-time highs. I think that, today maybe we might get a retracement lower, just past below Friday's low. I think that's possible given how we closed on Friday. But honestly, I'm not really loving this market. Everybody knows it's not really fun. It's like you said, it's the middle of August. You get these random news headlines, etc. So you just gotta play with what you got. Right now, we don't got much that I like. So
we ain't got much.
So I just gotta be, I'm just being careful not to overtrade, taking max to like 2 trades in the session. Because if it doesn't work out, it's easy to get frustrated in this market, I think. And that's all. I'm just gonna stick with it. But other than that, I'd probably I wrote down more bearish today. And we'll see how that ends up going. How about you, Salma? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I find it interesting that ES is obviously much weaker than NQ here. NQ still has yet to sweep Globex lows, so I am keeping an eye on that low at around 166 to see if we do sweep it. As far as ES, though, my main focus is going to be this zone here. This is kind of like what I would consider a flip zone, right? It's been previous resistance. Now I want to look to see if it will act as support. It's about a 10-point range or so. And yeah, I think I wanted to see what market participants are willing to do here before I decide, do I want to go long? Do I want to go short? Although I will say that I am a little bit more leaning towards long bias this week, just due to the flows and everything that Craig talks about in the morning segment. And then I'm looking at GC as well. GC right now bouncing off of some fib levels. If you just draw it from, last night lows to the highs, you've got your fib levels here, the golden pocket. And it's exactly where buyers are stepping in. Anything below 33, and I would just want to watch this zone down here that I have from 13 to 22 here. Let me just make this chart a bit bigger. This is another flip zone that I have on gold here from 44.13 to 44.22. I would want to see this hold as support. Personally, Deli, I know this is for you a sell the rally kind of market, but for me, I would love to see gold thrive. I do have some longer term positions that I need to start printing. So I would love to see us get above, 4,500 and then eventually make our way to, 45.40s, 45.70s. But yeah, as of right now, from the overnight fibs, that if you draw low to high, we are bouncing off pretty nicely. Buyers definitely present. But if we lose that, then yes, this zone is going to be my main focus going into this morning. That's
if there's volatility anywhere, there's a little bit in gold there. I mean, weak dollar today has got gold strength, and even that rally has been kind of dwindling. I mean, you guys see the Dow. Pharm and I went over that. Did you guys look at the Dow? I don't think that. What do you call it, Tanya? The dirty 30.
Yes, the dirty 30.
Yeah. Does anybody want to take a look at that thing? It looks terrible.
Yeah, it looks.
On my phone this morning.
Yo, who that be?
Who hit it?
Who that be? Yeah, no, this looks pretty bad, in my opinion. Could it be what like Craig was talking about a couple weeks ago, where like when tech rallies, then Dow names start to fade, and vice versa. When Dow starts to push, then tech will fade. Could it just be that kind of trade where they're just dispersing, doing opposites of each other?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
I hate telling people searching for stuff, but it's like, man, if you're just a regular S&P trader right now,
Yeah.
tough sledding.
Look for something else. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, or go enjoy a summer day. Well, we're almost at 250K subscribers.
What are we
plug
doing?
that. I don't know. She put me on the spot again. I didn't come up with an answer from last time you asked me. Well, what do you want me to do? What do you want to do? I told you, look at you and Tanya. You guys got a lot of sway here. Well, what should we do?
Tanya, I say if we hit 250K likes, we do like a random just weekend trip, the entire NT team.
Hey, right. Yeah.
We pick somewhere very nice, tropical, because I'll tell you this, Deli, me and Tanya, we kind of got, let me finish, hold on. We got gypped out of a summer, me and Tanya, every single weekend in New Jersey, New York. It has rained. I kid you not, almost every single weekend. I have not gone to the beach. I have a pool that I have not gone in yet. We have not experienced summer, so take us somewhere hot. Scorching hot.
That's a good argument.
As you described yesterday to be by you.
Well, that's a starter idea. I mean,
I think it's a great idea.
Should all go to Aruba.
Yeah, you're right.
I've never been there.
Let me take everybody to Aruba. You're right.
Deli, it doesn't have to be everybody. You could just pick like your top, I don't know, 5 faves. We could leave Leo at home. Don't worry. He doesn't have
Leo,
to go.
I know we'd have to bring like a 50+ sunscreen so this way his head doesn't get sunburned.
Bro, he wouldn't even come, so don't worry about it.
I
He's
know.
such
He
a
doesn't
flake.
show up.
He
He's a
won't show
no-show.
up. Good. See, someone in chat says that's a good tax write-off. See, I'm thinking ahead.
Yeah, it is. It's very. I mean, I like it. Let it simmer a minute. And Tanya, you got any other ideas? Possibly. I mean, we got to have maybe 2 alternatives.
Tanya, just agree.
I agree with Salma's. You can't top that idea, really.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll report back next week on how that looks for 250K. An Aruba trip for the top 5 people on NinjaTrader Live. So who would be?
Listen, it doesn't have to be Aruba. We can find somewhere else to go.
Oh, okay. All right. I like where your head is, though, Salma.
It sounds like a no. I can feel it. It sounds like when I ask my parents for something, they're like,
not
"Yeah,
a no.
we'll see."
It's a.
You're like, God willing.
It's an unlikely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an unlikely.
God willing.
Yeah. Someone's going Key West, Rosemary Beach. I appreciate that. Now the chat's coming up with ideas too. This is great.
Yeah.
All right. And they don't even have 250 to 500 likes this morning. This is what's happening here.
They're just starting to wake up. It's okay.
Okay. All right. At Deli's
Thanks
house.
for the support chat.
Yeah, a lot of great ideas. All right. Well,
we could go golfing.
Selma and Tanya. Yeah. Again, I like it. This could happen. I mean, probably not going to
Probably
happen,
not.
but it could happen. Yeah. All right. Well,
all right.
My 2 faves. You guys enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you guys next week.
Maybe.
Later, chat.
See you.
Maybe. For sure. Maybe.
Unlikely. All right. Bye, Deli. Ciao.
Ciao.
Oh, my cheeks hurt, chat. Smiling too much.
Aw. Mine hurt a little too.
Focus on Extreme says, Salma, how do you even know if you're Deli's top 5? I mean, all you got to do is rewind 13 minutes back into the show. And he does say it's time for the OGs, my 2 faves. So, yeah.
Got plenty of evidence.
That's how I know. Tells us all the time. Plus, it was my idea. You almost have to bring the person whose idea it was, right?
You have to, yeah.
Yeah. But what's up with that? New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
Connecticut, we've just been getting gypped out of good weather, guys. It's almost like Mother Nature knows it's the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday was ugly.
Every single
was
day,
really
it's raining right
windy.
now.
It's raining.
By me, it is.
Oh yeah. It's ugly. Oh wow, yeah. So ugly and muggy. Can't even see the tops of buildings.
Yeah, I didn't do anything this weekend, so I've got nothing eventful to talk about. I just basically worked. What about you?
I went to check in on my parents' cat.
Oh, they're still away.
hmm And
Nice.
and let's see, yesterday I just stayed home. It was a rainy day. I went grocery shopping. And that's kind of it, I think. Yeah, checked up on my parents' cat. Um, I bought a basil plant and I
Oh,
separated the
nice.
basil out so it's not so if the basil you get at a grocery store, it's not too crowded in the pot. So I split it into 3 different pots. And we'll see how it does inside indoors.
Are you looking at it right now?
Yeah.
It's in your office. That's so sweet.
Yeah, it's in my office because when you bring a new plant home, you want to separate it from the other plants because in case like there's bugs, you don't want it to spread to the other plants. But I think I'll keep it in my office anyway.
The more you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I got some big plants. I have a big Monstera plant too.
Someone
Yeah.
says basil splitting. Does that mean we go short or long?
Think also gotta get used to each other's smell for plants. I don't know, bro. That's funny. Yeah, it's a real thing. Plant quarantine. It's true.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. The more you know.
Yeah, because if there could be bugs in the plant or in the soil, and then it takes time. They could come out of the soil or something. Yeah, so then it's a lot easier to deal with it on one plant than several others. But that's very enjoyable for me to do. I have another plant, a bay leaf tree, small, and there's a bunch of scale on them with like these tiny bugs that blend into the leaf. So it just looks like a green dot on the leaf. You wouldn't even know unless I was like Googling why does it look like there's sap on my leaf? And it's because, yeah, there are these bugs. And then I've been going one by one with a Q-tip and rubbing alcohol over these leaves every few days. Like I'm very meticulous about it to get rid of them because I don't want to use any like pesticide. And it's actually really relaxing. It gives you something to do. That's like takes your mind off of things and you're focused on something else. It's like meditation.
Yeah, no, that's a nice hobby to pick up.
Mm-hmm. People know though. People that know I've been gardening for a while. I made a garden in my college. When I was in college, I revived the whole garden at my dorm. My mom has a garden too.
Oh, do you water
You
it
know,
when you go over there now?
like you said, it's been raining so much. I haven't needed to.
Yeah,
I'm just
there you
telling mom
go.
they're good. You don't
There
have
you
to
go.
worry.
Literally, it's been raining so much. Mother Nature's taking care of all that watering.
Yeah. It's so humid. Good morning, Chi-Town LP. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, chat.
Did you learn today? That's cool. You grew a pretty garden from basil from seeds they stole at a restaurant that they work at. Honestly, it's cool. That's funny. It's pretty easy to like grow plants from other plants too, like succulents and stuff. Trimmings.
Where do you keep them all though? Like being in in New
By the
York must be
window.
so hard. No, but like, I mean, I guess you're limited on how many plants you can actually have and stuff.
You can always build a shelf. I'm thinking of that. Put them on the table here for a bit. I'll show maybe next week because like right now they're not looking too happy because they just came from like the grocery store, so they're different environments.
Yeah.
And I watered them and split them up. They'll look better next week. But my Monstera plant is huge. But I'm actually putting last night I put a time lapse on my camera to take a picture every minute, and it actually looks so I could see the stalks rising up. I'm gonna continue it. I marked like electrical tape on my floor to put the camera back.
All right, we expect updates on these plants.
Okay. Yeah, but it's pretty easy. You just buy like a plant stand. I used to have them all on my floor, and then I realized the plant stands are a thing. Oh man, chat, are you guys bullish, bearish, or neutral? I actually wrote down, you guys wrote down 47% bullish, 24% bearish, 29% neutral / sideways. What are we gonna do? This market. I crashed out last Friday on my stream. A
What
little
happened?
bit. It's on my Instagram. Nothing. NASDAQ annoyed me. I tried like longing twice, but honestly, I'm glad I stepped away after that because yeah, it was a short kind of day.
I forget what even happened on Friday.
That's the way to be. It was range bait. I love that. Eric Swenson. Cool down, Dave. You did the same thing Friday morning. Touche. Same here. Logged out. That's a good. You liked it, Jersey, Jen? I think chat likes when I get mad because like I'm typically really calm. It made me chuckle too. Made me chuckle looking back at it.
Makes for good content at least.
It was yeah, but it was still a calm crash out.
I have to go watch that after stream's over.
It's my latest YouTube short / Instagram reel.
Good morning, Cosmic. How you doing? All right, so I just want to see what we do off the open. I think obviously if we don't take out Globex lows on NQ, then there is that divergence. Would you consider that to be an SMT divergence, Tanya?
Yeah, we didn't take out the Globex lows. I'm honestly
But we did on
consider it
ES.
to be an SMT. Yeah, we did on ES. I don't really like it when it's like a divergence at the middle of the range. I prefer like the one we had overnight. It could be for short term, like long, yeah. But I prefer I like the divergence from like the overnight highs taking out previous day high on NASDAQ, and it didn't do that on ES.
Yeah.
But we'll see if we're just so strong on at the open, it could be possible what you're saying. I would rather us come down and fill that, but we'll see. I'd rather us stay weak. But yeah, that could be one in the middle.
Let's see.
Those don't really last that long. I don't know. Friday low. Let's see. S&T at Friday's low. Did we take out Friday's low? Not yet. Okay.
I have a few people in chat that are talking about how they can't trust this price action.
Me neither, brother.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a couple headlines already, free market. So we don't have much data today. Maybe it is just a headline driven kind of day.
I hate the sound of that.
I was literally just going to say, I hope not, but anything's possible in this market.
True.
True. All right, chat, quick, make your predictions. You got 1 minute. What do we think we do right off the open? Pump, dump. Nothing. Yeah, cool down, Dave. Yeah, for sure. Sitting on hands. I just want to see what you guys think is gonna happen.
I'm sitting on my hands too.
Yeah. Pump and dump, then pump again. Okay.
Okay. They want to see 3 different things happen. That's a
Yeah,
parlay.
YM keeps just dropping. All right, here we go, chat. Let the fun begin. Russell trying to drop a bit. Oh my God, Russell's the weakest. Just noticed that.
Wow.
I thought it would be the Dow.
Nasdaq pumping.
Yep. You too, you met soap. Good luck.
Good luck in trading, everybody.
Wait, today's the 60-day expiration of the ceasefire? Is that true?
Tracy should know.
Yes, it is. Oh, great. Cool. So still no word if it's been extended or anything like that. Oh, okay. Guess that's what we'll be on the lookout for.
Yeah, Iran said yeah, US violated it long before. Yeah.
Yeah, someone said, does that matter? I mean, I don't know if it does or doesn't.
And they said they extended it this morning, but not officially.
Okay, NQ giving it up. For me, I just want to see us tap into that zone on ES and see how we react. So it's just literally a waiting game to see what happens there.
This is crazy.
Well, ES and Q doing different things.
Yeah, ES a lot weaker there.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's about to take out Friday low.
Yeah, this is the kind of dispersion that makes you think to yourself, what the F is going on? WTF is happening, chat.
Oh, yeah, just took previous day low.
At least GC is bouncing off its weekly open. Yeah, ES much, much weaker. Someone in chat is asking us if we use AI for trading. No. I use AI for other things, trading related, but not to take trades. I think you should use it as a tool, especially when you don't understand stuff. Thank you. Still holding up, guys. We have yet to sweep these lows. Last night lows.
Pretty crazy.
Let's see. Does NQ lead us higher or does ES drop us lower? Like watching paint dry, boring. Yeah, trading game plan. We're almost at the finish line of summer trading though, so she got to hang in there for a couple more weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank God. Seriously.
Last year summer trading went into September. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's why I say a couple
summer
weeks.
was better. I don't know. I took my August month last summer, but from what I saw, it was like, oh, it doesn't look too bad.
Wait, what do you mean you took August month?
I took August off last summer.
Oh. Yeah, that's a smart thing to do, I feel. It's not like you're missing out on anything anyway.
Well, last year, I feel as though it was pretty decent. July was worse.
I literally I said, oh, I'm gonna take next summer off. And then I had people saying, okay, guys, next summer is gonna be like really good movement. And you know what? With my luck, if I did end up taking off, it would be like the summer where everything is flying, things are moving, volatility is here. So you're welcome, guys. If that happens, I took one for the team.
She's already saying you're welcome like a year in advance.
If it happens.
I don't know, Salma. I don't think you don't seem to take much time off.
No, I don't. I really don't.
79. Yes.
Is summer trading more difficult? J-Dog, it's not about it being difficult per se. It's just very slow, very boring. It's actually
There's
by
not a
the end
lot
of the day.
So I think it is more difficult because you're not getting a lot of follow through. You're getting a lot of range.
yeah, by the end of the day, like when 4 p.m. hits, my brain feels like jello. But chat, it is Monday. And on Mondays, we do giveaways. So there's 1,300 of you watching. When we hit 500 likes, we will do a giveaway where we pick one lucky winner to win some merch swag. So just thumb it up if you haven't already done so. And there's that sweep. Well, actually, did it sweep it? Yeah, I think we just swept that Sunday low on NQ. How do you join? Production will post a link in chat. You guys just have to be subscribed to our newsletter. We're starting to breach the zone that I have here on ES. Let's see what we do. No, Mr. Monopoly, I'm not doing my own giveaway. This is a Ninja related giveaway. And I think we just gotta wait for production to post the link in chat. There you go. They just posted it, chat. Go subscribe and thumb up the stream. That might be the most exciting thing that happens today. If we continue to disperse like
And
this.
make sure you're subscribed. Maybe Delia will send us to Aruba. He'll take us all to Aruba.
Oh, fingers crossed, please. I've never been. Have you been to Aruba?
But yeah, it's nice.
Whoa, why are you laughing?
No, because your face is always like, of course, yeah.
Of course you went. Yeah, of course you've been there. Why do I even ask?
IRGC officials say that there are no new negotiations.
As long as we keep doing
More
this.
user US3.
As long as we keep doing this, I'm okay not taking this trade.
I got the ATR for ES is now 79 points, and for NASDAQ, it's 550-ish. 562. Okay, so we moved about 29 points on ES. And for NASDAQ, we barely moved 186 points. So, okay. It's an interesting first 15-minute candle. For the NASDAQ. ES closing that weaker. Yeah, I was bearish in the morning, but honestly, the sloppiness didn't give me a trade. So.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. Stay on the 5 minute. The Beach Boys. Come on, baby mama. Kokomo. Hi, Dollywall. Hello, Christian Torres Mascara. What's up, Thunderhawk Trading? Yeah, Nasdaq is looking better. But it's too early to get long. Yeah, I think that as long as we're below midnight, 8:30, 9:30 open. Don't want to be long yet. I'll monitor it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either.
Not really much. I could see us at the. I'd rather wait for like an hourly, next hour. Buenos dias. Good morning, K-Man 33. I played a lot of GeoGuessr. That's what I did this weekend. I played so much GeoGuessr. Oh my
Gio,
god.
you're so funny.
That's what I
You're
did.
literally so funny, Tanya. Well,
That's what I did though. I remembered that I had bought a yearly subscription to it. And I still had like 250 days of that. I think because played with friends, and I think that for you to make a party with your friends, you have to do that. And then I was like, oh man, let me play it, get some money's worth. And then honestly, yeah, it's fun.
I watch those guys on like TikTok who do it.
Oh yeah.
They're insane with it.
Yeah, there's one guy, Rainbow, which is like he's mastered already the outside of Earth. Now there's a version where you can do inside buildings. So he's like, oh yeah, this is the aquarium in Toronto or something. But he goes like, yeah, this is the Mexican grass. It's the color.
Yeah, they know all based off of like the street signs, and it's so crazy. It's wild. All right, Yankees starting to give it up a little bit here.
You guys, do you think that we're gonna hit previous day low on the NASDAQ? Pretty far from it. We're like 160 points away, but it feels so far. What do you think, chat? We hit it on the ES.
Do you want to laugh?
Yeah.
Off of the open, YM is the one with a green candle. Who would have guessed, chat?
Not me.
Who would have thought? I hope everybody else is just sitting on their hands as well.
I'm sure people scalp the shorts.
Yeah, if you're scalping, okay, but if you're
Did you
holding
take a
and
trade
praying,
yet, chat? Let us know. Scalping the OR. There you go.
No.
Boss Carlson says he's been scalping his A off. Scalped along for 30 points, NASDAQ. Nice.
Wow. Okay, a lot of people took trades. More than I thought.
right below the previous day low.
Sitting on hands, might be time to wash them now. LOL.
Ha 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 ha. You're welcome, Taylor Councilman.
Yo, B Hassan goes, yeah, Salma, we're skilled AF. Not me, but we. Yeah, I mean, chat, you guys are on a different level.
Kokomo. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, I don't like anything until I see NQES on the same page. GC is pumping. Holy. Go, go, go.
Yeah.
I just swept midnight open. Well, I mean, it was there before, so never mind. You have 8 minutes until 10 a.m. See what we do after that. I feel like the direction has been a bit cleaner after like 10, 15-ish.
I
That's what
guess
I've
so.
noticed.
Yeah. That's what I've been waiting for as well.
Yeah, gold is pumping. It's up 20 points so far. It's a very nice candle. NQ struggling at midnight open.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tracy, me too. I have some GDX long-term. Well, I shouldn't even say long-term, actually. It's for next month. Oh, my plan is once I profit on those, I would like to roll it into some longer term contracts. Probably like end of the year, January cons, and then yeah, see what happens. I need us above that 4,500 taxes level at 4,490, and I think we're golden.
Pun intended.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Yes. Pun not intended, but golden. Now that NQ is trying to push off of that weekly open, YM is now rejecting previous week low. They're legit moving inverse of each other. So Tanya, while market does whatever it's doing, let me fill you in on a funny joke. I don't know if you watched the latest video that NinjaTrader posted on Twitter, but I just found out that Leo's name is not actually Leo.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. I wouldn't know either.
Did you know that
I thought it
Leo
was
wasn't his
Leo.
name? Yeah, okay. All right, cool. So someone in chat just said, Salma, can you ask Tanya if that's her real name? Leo messed with my head.
Yes, that's my real name. That's my real name.
I think me and Tanya are the only ones who didn't think to come into the training space with an alias.
Nah, yeah, I like to be. Someone suggested to me that I should do Tanya for Y, and I was like, nah, I want to be unique. That's my real name anyway. I've lived my whole life with people pronouncing it incorrectly, so I'm okay if they continue to do so. People I know know. So,
Jim says when Leo's text comes up on his phone, he's like, who is this? Because he has him saved as his real name. And then he's like, oh, it's Leo.
That is funny. That would throw me off too.
Apparently Nick's name isn't actually Nick either, but
You're
I don't know if he's joking with me or if that's actually.
No, it better be. Like, why would you just choose Nick?
Well, Leo is a legit name too.
But Leo is not like a common. I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna choose a name, at least make it be like interesting. Leo is not a common name. I don't know. Like Leo. What is he? Leo the Lion?
Leo the
Trading
Tiger.
Boxes is not his real name. Trading Boxes.
Whoa. The
Real name,
DLY
Chris.
says, thanks for that gold comment. Just caught 4K on a funded. Wow. Good for you, dude. That's great.
Leo is his sign. I don't think guys really know
No, that's not his sign.
zodiac.
Because he's in March.
The Aquarius. Something
He's
like
in
that.
March. He's, I think, a Pisces or
Beginning of March?
Aries. No, end of. Aries?
End of March? Oh, yeah, he's probably Aries. I'm Aries.
Yeah. Yeah, he's end of. I'm an Aquarius. The best sign.
Tanya's alias is T Trades. I like that. It's funny. Okay, here's 10 a.m. ES looking a lot weaker.
Yeah, and keep struggling at that midnight open, and SPY is just so weak here. Aquarius are kind of shady. Whoa, Ellie, I don't know what kind of Aquarius you know. It's true. Whoa, pump the brakes. I think Aquarius are
They're
some
known
of
for
the
that, apparently.
realest. No, bro, we're not Geminis. Aquarius just tell you things straight up. No beating around the bush. Aquarius are the most stubborn. Yeah, maybe.
I
You
think
might be
that's
right
Tauri.
about that. Oh my God, yes. Arguing with a Taurus, like arguing with a wall. It's so true. It's their way or the highway.
Yeah, definitely.
Look. Well, guess
The
what we
chat's
did, Tanya? We woke them up.
Chat's
We woke
awake
them up.
now. No, I am Aries. A dermis. I'm an Aries. How are you, Salma? What's your sign?
Well, Aquarius.
Aquarius. Oh.
You just got done telling me I'm shady. Nah, I really
Aquarius
think...
men. Shady.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe.
Uh-oh, sorry. I have so many Taurus in my family. My brother, my uncle. So stubborn. My first cousin.
Bro, do you want to hear? This is the signs in my household, and I hope you all pray for me. I have 2 Scorpio. I have 1 Gemini,
Yeah.
1 Capricorn, and 1 Sagittarius.
Mm.
Pray for me, chat.
That sounds similar to mine.
2 Scorpio?
Oh, you have 2 Scorpio? I like
My
Scorpio.
mom is a Scorpio. My sister's a Gemini. That is no. What? Yo, Focus on Extreme has been coming in hot all morning.
Yeah, everyone.
First,
I like Scorpio. If you're a Scorpio,
bro. First, Focus on Extreme came for Delhi and the morning.
Delhi says he's
the
a
morning
Cancer.
panel.
Aw.
Now he's coming at me.
I like Cancer. Like Pisces. In my family, it's 1 Aries. That's me. A Taurus, Capricorn, Gemini, and Pisces.
Yeah, that sucks.
Pisces are emotional. Every Pisces I've met, super sensitive.
Wait, Delhi's a Cancer? I don't know too much about Cancers.
They're sensitive also.
Delhi's a softie?
Definitely.
Oh wait, but him and Pax are the same sign.
Oh yeah. I can see Pax
I
being
could see
a
that. Yeah,
Cancer.
I could totally see that.
You're like Pax.
Yeah,
Pax
yeah.
definitely sensitive. Sagittarius. I like Sagittarius too.
Oh, they're too laid back. New here. Is this a trading stream? You're not new here. I've seen your name so many times, E10. So don't come in here.
Redundance.
Don't come in here claiming you're new. You're not. I've seen your name here plenty of times. This is a trading stream, but you tell me, what is going on in the market? Brujeria. Oh my God, Icarus is Spanish. Look, now everybody's gonna claim they're new here.
How does this get started? This
Yo.
wouldn't have happened if Leo used his real name.
Yeah, true. We can all thank Larry Pumpkin for this conversation.
True. Shout out Larry Pumpkin.
Bro, someone said the market's moving like an Aquarius. Bro, what does that even mean?
Shady. So it's almost like, don't compare me to the market.
This market's confusing, guys.
Yeah, I don't love it. Hmm. Chat, do you think Nasdaq's gonna roll over? Hit previous day low? Or are you still bullish?
Tell them to thumb up the stream and to join the giveaway.
Yeah. If we hit 500 likes on the stream, we'll do a giveaway.
Giveaway. Yeah, look at this. NQ dropping, YM rebounding.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I want to give away.
Oh, keep going, keep going.
Feels like it's a
Even
slow grind lower day.
even Russell's trying to bounce here a bit. I hate this. I hate when we just every single market's got a mind of its own.
SpaceX is up 6%. It just rocketed up straight up. Wow.
Yep. Actually, I posted that there was a massive leap that just came in on the flow feed for
For SpaceX.
yeah, 2028 contracts for 3.5 million.
Wow.
Pretty significant. So far, MES holding in Salma's flip zone. Yeah, I want to see. I want to see what we do here. I'm waiting to see if buyers step in because this is the area, the general area where I'd want to see them come in, right? Anything below 86 and this zone will turn into resistance. So just a waiting game. Eric in chat hates when the market goes down. He thinks if anyone talks about shorts that they're being a negative Nancy. Eric, you got to learn how to short, my friend, or learn to accept that the market doesn't just go up. I told you the trick. You got to inverse your chart. If you inverse your chart, you will be able to visually see I used to be in your shoes. I used to be someone who was, I think I was one of the biggest bulls that I knew. I always thought market just went up. When market would have, down days, I would be either pretty pissed because I'm trying to, long it and I'm standing in front of that, or I'm sitting sidelined having FOMO that I'm not trading. I literally used to be you. And it wasn't until I learned that, I can invert my chart, and people joke about this all the time, but it's real and it's actually very helpful. When you invert your chart, you can visually see it much better. And then, you just obviously have to flip that bias in your head. So if something looks bullish on an inverted chart, then it's actually bearish. And yeah, Icarus, who would have thought? Here I am years later, and I feel I'm a better short trader than I am a long trader. Funny how that works. How do you invert your chart? Well, if you're on TradingView, if you just click the settings gear icon and you come to invert scale, you click that, it literally will flip the chart upside down. Again, people
Just
joke
press
about
Command
this.
I.
Yeah, Command I. People joke about this all the time, but it's actually very, very useful to me. Right? Like you can look back. This is the real chart, right? This is from last week on Friday when we were pushing. This looks obviously, I just want to invert it so you guys can see what I'm talking about. It just do it. You'll see it. You'll be able to. How about I don't keep talking about it and you guys just do it. What if you forget it's inverted and buy? Then Gouda to your SOL at that point. You better remember that you're inverted. He will get confused with the reverse chart. I mean, how can you get confused? You're hitting the invert button. Obviously invert it back. Like don't stay on an inverted chart, right? You're just doing it for the visual. If you can't invert the chart back, then I don't know, guys, if this is really for you. Like,
You're spicy today.
no, I'm
Salma,
not. I'm
tasty.
not trying to be, but like you forgetting to uninvert the chart should be the least of your worries.
I'm gonna try some shorts.
On NQ.
Yeah.
Go for it, sister. Selma, how can I make $1 million today? Marine Man, when I figure that out, I'll let you know. I gotta figure it out first, though. 250K? Yeah, when I figure that out, I'll let you know. Bob, but that's going to be a question for Tanya. I'm not too sure about that. Can you invert on Ninja?
I think you can. I'm gonna trade right now, though I don't know if I could do that right now.
There you go. People in chat said yes, you can. Just put the fries in the bag. Yeah. Wow, GC just made new highs. What do you mean 64? Yeah, GC is getting close to Pax's level, which we've been rejecting from the past couple times we've gone up here. Any gold trades last night? No, only took ES longs. No gold. Chat, we still don't have 500 likes. How is that possible? How have we not gotten that yet? Where is a good place to look for long entry on gold? Oh, I think this thing is a goner. Probably midnight open, 53-ish.
All right, so far the short's working out.
odd how the last 15-minute candle on ES and NQ look completely different.
Mm-hmm. All right, my shorts working themselves out. Pretty happy with this so far. Might just take it off since it got so close to it. We'll see. Here, I'm watching this next candle.
Hey man, I can't help you with that. I've never done those practice accounts, paper trading, so I think you should do what you think is best.
Here, ES is dropping close to new low day. Don't love that Nasdaq's playing around here. Let's see. Wow, even this, like, yeah, we said that. I said I felt like it would be a slow grind lower, which is why I just took short. But I'm watching this to see, because I don't really want to hold through a deep retracement. Let's see. I want it to drop soon.
Yeah, Thunderhawk, me too.
All right. TP hit. Good scalp.
W Tanya.
Someone had asked earlier, Tanya, you take 1-to-1 Rs. I took, this was a 1.3 R. I'm gonna do it if that's just what you got to do for the environment. I don't want to go for too much. I don't want to be greedy here because I've just seen how choppy we are this morning. So you can see right now we wicked that area where I got out. It's actually pretty good exit for the moment, at least. So that's why. I just want to scalp, and I don't want to hold the retracement. Just base hits. This is the environment for base hits. We're not moving very quickly. Thank you, W trade. Thank you. So I explained the trade. You know, the open. We kept failing essentially midnight open and 8:30, and so I marked at 10 a.m. open, and we started dropping as well. ES is weaker, which is good to lead us lower, and I shorted this on this retracement. Yeah, there's like a little 5-minute FEG, but yeah, 9:30 I basically shorted the retracement back to 9:30 open, and just went for new low day. And yeah, shout out Salma, because I did, when I was inverting it was like only helped my case, and I was like, yeah, that does look bullish.
There you go.
Yeah, SMT this low, and we are continuing up higher. We got bought up in this area that I marked out or sold. We sold that area. So yeah, that was a pretty good, decent trade. Yeah, 1.4 R.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Just gotta take what's there. I don't know if it wants to continue lower or not, because it keeps wicking this area where the gap up, right? The Sunday gap up, or the NWOG. Right? So I don't want to be part of this back and forth movement. That's why I took it off. The base hits add up to home runs. Plus, this environment is really hard. So, yeah. Tanya got out at the right time. Yes, I did. Pretty good.
Yeah, it was a great trade.
Right. So, yeah, pretty happy with that exit there. If you take a look here. This is barcode actions. This is since the morning. So it's a tough environment. Go this, go plot. See? Little local low. Pretty good. Was that like 50 points on the NASDAQ? Not bad when the day so far is just 114 points. You got to recognize the environment. It's 10:30. Do I think it's still bearish? Yeah, I do. So we'll see how this ends up going. See if it respects the last swing high as well. Just came back into a 5-minute FEG. I wicked this, but it did retrace. I'm okay to just watch this because, we see this price action is pretty ugly. So that's very good self-awareness. Thunderhawk Trading says, I would be just guessing to trade this, and every time I guess, I get whacked by the market. Well, that's a good thing to be aware of.
Yeah, I'm actually with Thunderhawk here. When the different indices are telling me different things, that's usually a sign for me to just chill out and wait for them to get on board with each other. You have the Dow dropping, but the Russell trying to push. Then you have NQ trying to push off weekly open, and ES is still, somewhat weak. So, yeah, no clear read here at all.
Tanya, do you always trade the 5 minute? No, I'm most often trading the 1 or the 2. But basically, if it looks like mumbo jumbo on the 1 minute, right? You got to zoom out. This is the biggest mistake that people make. It's like they start to zoom in even more. You got to zoom out to the 5 and the 15, because otherwise, if there's nothing on the 1, like, if there's nothing on the 5 or the 15 and you don't have a trade, don't start making up trades.
Yeah.
The 5 gave me a little bit of a cleaner look here, the rejection at the open. Oh, you see we inverted this on the 5. It's not cleanly going down, so I'm happy with where I exited at the moment. Ain't nobody got patience for this. I don't have
Ain't nobody
patience.
got time for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, put the wrist down. The market's pretty meh, so I'm just gonna take a 1 to 1.5 R. That's the move. But yeah, scalpers market today. That's right. A lot of people said that they're scalping, so I'm happy I got 50 points. Yeah, 55 points. Pretty good.
Yeah, good work, Tanya.
Thanks. I needed that win after Friday's ridiculousness.
See, I didn't even say a single word too while you were in the trade. About the trade. I tried. I said, nope, not gonna do it.
About what?
Like to encourage your trade or to say something good.
Yeah, chat. She didn't jinx me today.
You see, damned if I do, damned if I don't, chat. If I say something, I jinxed her. If I didn't say something, I'm not supportive. Can't
No,
win.
good. After the trade is the trade until after.
All right, noted.
I never say anything like about my own trade either. I'm like, I'll just say something objective, like, oh, it looks like I was in drawdown for 2 minutes. Now I'm in profit for the last 5-6 minutes, and it's about 80% to the TP. So, okay, this is a ping pong market.
Yeah. It seems like if you wanted to long and you were bullish coming into today, gold was that market for you.
Yeah.
My camel, I hope I said that right. He says, lies. You're super supportive. You just unfortunately jinx it sometimes too. You know what? I don't control the market. I'm sorry.
She's a jinx. It's Aquarius.
The Aquarius jinx.
Thanks, TRB Trades. You like the glasses? Yeah. I like them too. The specs. Aquarius and Aries, AA. Who also took shorts? Chat, scalped short. There was also a long scalp. If you got long where I got out of my short, you'd be up like 30 points. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that you didn't want it to go against you too much. So that was a perfect exit.
Yeah, thanks. Like when we keep wicking an area, it's just a good clue. The last time at 10:05, we also wicked and came back up. So same thing at the open. So I'm not going to think that like, oh, this time's going to be the time that will break. That's where you start getting in your head too much and you might get greedy.
Yeah, that's the weekly open on NQ, and buyers are just trying to defend it with all their might.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, the weekly open. Or the Sunday open. Yep. It's a good point. Put that on my chart. Typically have it. Yeah, good point, Salma.
Yeah, no problem. So Chad did something good.
Nice job coaching Reflex. So anyway, where are we at the lift of likes? Because I'm in the mood to
We're
do a
still
giveaway.
struggling.
Uh-oh. We're at. Oh, it just got it. It says 500. 500 likes
Yeah.
exactly.
Took chat an hour and a half to get us to 500 likes.
It's slow to wake up, just like the market.
I'm about to, you know what I'm about to do? Production should full screen my chart, and I should just write, get us to 500 likes, because, you know, a lot of people just watch
They come
on
in.
mute.
Oh, on mute, yeah.
So I should just do something like this.
Yeah,
No,
we did just hit it.
I know we hit it. But I know, but thumb up the stream. Then we do like 40. And we do please.
Bold.
And oh, good call, bold.
Make it white. Yeah, okay, yeah, good. Yellow.
Highlighter is good. Thumb up the
Best chat.
stream.
Agree.
Hold on. How does it look like this? Maybe like 32. I don't know why it looks like this, chat, but hopefully people get the memo. There you go.
I love the little quirks. Like we always have Salma say thumb up the stream instead of like the stream or give it a thumbs up.
I realized
have
on
Jim
stream
Cagnina saying thank you for your subscriptions.
on stream I can get a little dyslexic. I don't know why. Sometimes I just mess up what I'm trying to say. But you know, chat
You always say thumb up the stream.
chat eventually understands what I'm trying to get at.
Double thumbs up.
This should just be my screen for the rest of the stream.
Okay, production is picking the winner now.
Drum roll, please.
I should wear one of those see-through green accountant visors with those glasses. A see-through visor? Oh, why? Does it look like I could be at the poker table? I like watching like poker clips. I think they were fun. I don't really play it though. Last time I played poker was like probably over 10 years ago. Oh, I see. No, I don't know. I don't like that hat. I would wear a visor. I'll wear the visor from Delhi's Country Club next time.
Bro, that's where we should go. Tell Delhi to fly us out to his country club.
Yeah, I feel like
Delhi,
that's a lot more doable.
if you're listening, I say please and thank you.
Wait, have you? No, you haven't been there yet. Oh, okay.
No, but I've never been anywhere. I'm like this
You went to
little
Miami.
I'm this little sheltered
You're new.
thing that only knows Jersey.
Oh,
Selma, do yours have blue light?
Crazy.
What is it?
You said you're a little sheltered thing. I'm like, what?
Well, I don't know. Whatever. You know.
This is the dyslexic part.
Yeah, whatever.
Yes, Susie, it is good blue light blocking. Selma has like a film on hers that blocks as well. I used to have those on my other glasses, but I don't think they work very well. All right, the winner is, you guys ready? Jonathan Keena.
Woo.
Congrats, you won a hoodie. You won a NinjaTrader hoodie.
Congratulations. Let's go. Oh my God, Marine Man, you got to stop. You have to stop. You don't even spell it right.
Uh-oh.
Susie, I do have blue light in my glasses, and I also have anti-reflective, which is why you guys always see like the green reflect in my glasses. It's kind of a little bit annoying, but yeah, I've got that. for like when I drive at night and stuff.
Oh, nice. Fun number says, W. John, I got my hoodie on now. Nice. That was a previous giveaway winner then. Awesome.
HB says this long I'm in is excruciating. What are you long in and why are you
Probably the
long?
NASDAQ.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If you want to be
Like,
long, you should
ES actually
wait.
made another low just now at 10:35, and NASDAQ not doing much there. Markets fell asleep, bro. Feels like we're trading Asia here. What state am I located in? New York. Born and raised here.
I love how after Tanya takes a trade, then she gets like, now she's awake. Now you're feeling good.
No, when I'm in the trade, I'm definitely that's definitely strategic for me. It's like I'm laying back in my chair if I don't see anything good because I don't want to be involved. Like I don't want to be tempted and zoom in, like I said earlier, zooming in too much and paying and then giving things too much credit when it's not really a nothing burger. So when I'm in the trade, yeah, then I sit up and I'm looking at the charts like deeper, so I'm monitoring it and to be more focused. That's definitely a strategy I do because otherwise, if you're too much on your screen, it feels like that's your whole world. You got to take the trade now. You got to find something, and you clickety clackety everywhere, clicking everywhere.
Yep. Chop for the rest of the day. Say it ain't so, please. No, some of us have yet to take a trade.
I mean,
please.
Unless some headlines come out, more headlines about the Iran ceasefire, I don't really see us doing much.
Oh, Deli says country club could work. Okay, okay. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Text TX King, Texas King. It's fun. Yeah, it did pop up right after. Now we're back at near my entry. So I said I don't want to be in a trade for too long. I was in drawdown for like 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes. Not bad. And then I took another 1, 2. What do we see? I got in at 10:13 and I exited at 10:25. So 12-minute trade. Yeah, pretty standard for what I like to take 10-minute long trades.
She was locked in chat for a whole 12 minutes.
Exactly. Skulls, easy clap. You can go to the beginning of the stream. I was bearish coming into the day. Mostly because NASDAQ took out those overnight, like previous day highs overnight, and ES didn't. And we still had Sunday's gap up to reprice to.
Okay, I want to see ES reclaim 800 here for a continuation higher. I like the previous 30-minute candle. I just need to see this current 30-minute candle start to look like, buyers are stepping in, pushing us.
What city am I in? New York City. Born and raised Queens, though.
Oh, D-hump trades.
Way
That's
better.
very nice. Very sweet.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, D-hump. Trades or dump trades. Aw. You make my Monday mornings a great start to the week. Number 1. I love it. Are we your favorite? He put the number 1 emoji. So we are. You're born Astoria. That's cool. I worked in Astoria when I was like a teenager. Do I watch King of Queens now? Should I? I don't even think I've watched one episode. I've watched Friends. I like watching. I'm rewatching The Office right now. I'm trying to finish the last couple seasons. Then I'll be watching Friends. I haven't watched that from start to finish.
What is it?
I tried
What is it?
watching
I'm sorry.
Seinfeld. Hmm?
What are we talking about here?
They're telling me I should watch King of Queens. Have you watched that?
No.
I haven't really watched Seinfeld. I tried to watch like one episode last week. They're like stuck in a Chinese food restaurant. The guy won't seat them. But it was kind of boring to me. I don't know.
I went and actually watched an off-Broadway show for Seinfeld, and it was, listen, it's obviously very low budget. Looks like a high school's budget would be more for a show, but it was very well. Like it was a very good show. It was very well put together. So Tanya, if you're ever bored on a random weekend or whatever, and you want to go into the city to watch an off-Broadway show, Seinfeld's
Okay.
cool. I've never watched the show fully either, but like it was a pretty good show that they put on. It's like $20 for the ticket. And yeah. Smart Trade Palo, tell your daughter I say hello. It's very sweet.
Seinfeld was good, but you kind of had to be there. I feel like that too. I feel like maybe in the 90s it was better. Nick on YouTube, yeah, I'm gonna give it another try. I'm gonna watch the soup episode. No soup for you. I have to watch that. That's based on a real guy. He still has his soup business in New York. What trade did I take earlier? Here, this one. Maybe I should just keep it on.
So far, it's been CPM, Capital Preservation Monday. Yes, it has. 1000%.
Yeah, the range for NASDAQ this morning is 100 points. It's kind of crazy, like 110 points. Feel happy I found 50-point trade. Some people think we'll rally here. Yeah, we'll see. It does seem like it. Like it's getting some push up back. Some push back up.
See, dyslexia comes
Yeah,
out when you're on
exactly.
stream.
It's when you're thinking, I'm thinking already my next thought. So
Yes.
thinking too fast.
Always happens to me. It's all right, sister. Chat is just gonna have to, eventually
Put
decipher.
together the pieces. They're gonna,
Yeah.
they definitely know what we're saying. HB Ralio TR says, I'm playing a mental trick where I hope I get stopped so the market does the opposite.
Ooh, that's a good strategy.
He's playing reverse psychology on the market. Okay. He's trying to jinx himself, but reverse jinx himself. Okay. Yeah, let's see the 1050 macro. It's been a really slow morning. ES did make a new low at 1035 when NASDAQ did not. That's kind of all I see for the long side of things, that I don't really have a lot of conviction that we are going to go up higher at the moment, especially given how this morning has unfolded. Maybe we slowly grind back up and go back down. Like I feel like it's just going to be real choppy. But like we can see it's hourly has now 10 more minutes.
Yeah, hourly right now looks well, it's still got 10 minutes left, which is a lot of time. But if the hourly on ES looks anything like this, where it prints a bullish doji candle, I would like longs to, another 10, maybe 15 points higher. Not asking for too much, but that would probably be my next trade idea. Just anything other than that, I don't see any setups or entries for me.
Same.
No.
But I kind of feel like really content with my scalp of the morning. Like I don't feel like I wanted to take another more than one trade this morning, essentially.
You shouldn't. I mean,
Yeah.
with this kind of price action, you're already up on the day. Call it, right? Like
Yeah.
go plant, go garden, do whatever.
Go garden.
Go do whatever
Like,
Tanya
yeah.
wants to do. Go geolocator,
GeoGuessr.
GeoGuessr. Yeah, go play GeoGuessr.
I'm like I'm getting pretty good. I'm still not that good, but I'm pretty good.
Yeah, take the money and run. Bro, Mr.
Definitely
Josh.
that.
Mr. Josh says 10 points up, should get there by Friday. Yeah. It might be that I'm asking for too much. But I don't know. The Russell is pushing here. It's been trying to push. And yeah, I think it's all a matter of, can ES find some buyers here? Can we find some support and start moving in the other direction? I would love that.
It's definitely not in a hurry to get anywhere today.
Yeah. But we also haven't had a 5-minute candle close above the 9 EMA on the since the open. So if we get that, that'd be good. It tells me that, the trend is trying to change. Hourly is really going to be the telltale here. Explain to everybody what this GeoGuessr thing is.
Oh, so basically it's like Google Maps. They drop you anywhere in the world on like a Google Maps Street View, and then you have to guess where in the world you are on the map, and whoever's closer, then they win that little round. And basically how close you are to the actual place, you do damage points to the other person, and then you go to the next round, and the first person that gets their health bar to 0 like loses that match.
Wait, so you're playing against real people?
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I didn't realize it was like an online game. I thought it's just
Yeah.
you're just playing by yourself.
Real people, like people from all over the world will say their flag. So like mine has the USA flag, and other people have like Austria, Brazil. All over. You could also play solo, but that's not as fun, to be honest.
No, that's not
that's
fun.
like kind of like a learning thing. If you want to learn, it kind of teaches you a bit, little tricks. They're like, if it's like, oh, if you're on like a white van, and you're in Africa and you see the white van everywhere following you, like that's Namibia for sure. And like you gotta learn the poles, the traffic signs. Everyone knows the white van exactly. It's like a white pickup truck underneath you. And then there's in Nigeria, I think there's like the police is following behind you. And then, oh yeah, I didn't know, but like, yeah, you got to look up at the sun too. And the sun is in the north, you're in the southern hemisphere. If the sun is in the south, you're in the northern hemisphere. I was like, wow.
Yeah, this is all pretty intricate stuff.
The ES dropping lower, and you love the day.
Yeah, scratch that idea, guys. The hourly is not looking how I want it to look.
So what's nice about waiting until the closure of a candle?
Yeah, very important. It rejected the 9 EMA and the 5, really nice. All right. No trade. Where do I find the game? Just look it up. Salma, please send me your YouTube ID. Just look up Salma OGS. I will say hi to you from my YouTube channel.
In the
You
chat.
can. You guys find me on everything, Salma OGS. Except Instagram. That has a underscore between Salma and OGS.
Yo, mom is wondering whether Jack's doing live trades right now. He always finds something. I guess you're gonna have to find out.
Wait, GC looks like it's flagging on the 5-minute. Yeah, okay, it lost a little bit of steam from the highs, but this looks still clean. This looks like a flag to me. And as long as the 9 EMA gets held, it looks good. Anyone else seeing that? Obviously, we lose 27, then I don't like it anymore. Or I'm sorry, 72. See? Dyslexic. 72. We lose 72. I don't like it anymore. The NQ is still trying to push.
I know, right?
I'd want to see NQ above midnight open for me to even believe this move.
To believe.
Yeah, that 246 has just been a
Do you
wall.
believe?
Chat, do you believe?
Do
I
you
don't.
live in love after love?
That is the first song I added to my old songs playlist on Spotify that I shared with chat. That was the first ever song I added.
So, wait, when?
Like years and years and years ago when I first started the playlist.
Oh,
The
on
long playlist.
which playlist?
Are you on Spotify?
Yeah.
I'll
But
send
like
it.
your personal playlist?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'll share it. Yeah. It's 33 hours and 16 minutes long. That's how long this playlist is.
What, your nap? I missed
How
the
long
beginning.
that takes the NASDAQ to move 10 points?
Oh, I
Bro,
wasn't
yes.
sure.
What's up, fellas?
What's
What
up?
up?
What
Good
up?
morning.
How
What
are
up?
you
What up?
guys doing this morning?
Good.
Oh,
Great.
I'm doing great. Haven't placed a trade though.
Me neither. Still sitting tight.
I thought that Stowe wasn't wearing his shirt for a second because it matches him like almost exactly, bro.
That'll be the day.
That's the problem with pink. When you're a pink person, it's very tough to wear
Oh
a
my
pink
God.
shirt. But as a pink person that owns a couple pink shirts, sometimes you just gotta go for it. And sometimes your streaming friends think that your nipples are out, but they're
Hey.
not. They're not. I wouldn't do that.
Thanks, though. At least
You're
not while I'm
welcome.
on
This
camera
is a
with you.
family show.
Jack's
Save
like,
it.
no nips while
Yeah,
we're together.
Save
All
it.
right.
Save it for another day.
All right.
I'm sure
Whatever.
there's some people that want to see him. I'm not gonna say everybody's in the same boat, but
All right. What a hell of a start. Thank you.
Yeah. So how the markets look.
Yeah, how do the markets look? You guys take any trades today?
Not
yeah,
me.
You guys?
yeah, I took a scalp short, like NASDAQ from 215s at 1014 to like new low of day, like 159's at 10.26, and then I got out. I'm glad that I did because it's like a take your money and run type of market.
Yeah.
How about you?
I bought this thing a couple times. This is where I wanted to buy it. On ES as a pullback zone. I've just been scalping it up to previous day low and then getting rid of it and then buying it again. I think I'm done. I've made plenty of money and I'm already exhausted and it's only been an hour. So
Only Monday.
this guy.
It's only Monday.
Yeah.
Why do you
He's
guys
like,
still have the nipples clip? How many times have I said nipples on this damn show?
I don't know. Apparently a lot.
A lot.
Well, we're going back up again.
But I like NQ holding. It ran its overnight low. It was a little sus that it hadn't done that yet. But if NQ can hold 180, I think ES can float on back up to 1150 at least. That's kind of what I want to see.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Oh, leave it you guys to it. Good luck and
Okay.
good trading, and we'll see you soon.
Oh,
Bye,
wait.
Chad.
Pause.
What?
What was this sick game, by the way? Because this sounds awesome. Just tell me what it's called. GeoGuessr. All right, cool.
He's
Yeah.
writing that down.
Or we
I'm
could play,
dead.
like, send me your username and we can play teams.
Oh yeah, I will for sure.
All right.
This sounds like exactly the nerdery that I need in my life. So cool.
What's very ding ding.
It sounds
so
like
good
something
for
I'm gonna get
today.
obsessed with immediately. So I'll see you on there, Tanya. I'll hit you
All
up.
right. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. See you
All
guys.
right, bye guys.
Bye.
All right,
Ciao.
peace.
All right. I'm looking for trades right now, so I'm going to be a little silent while I concentrate through my analysis.
Do your thing. Do your thing. Good morning, brother.
Good
How
morning.
are you? Hope you had a good weekend.
I did.
Good. That's good.
Although I was on a boat until, I don't know, 8 o'clock last night. So air and water show in Chicago.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. Really cool. See some fighter jets. Learn why we don't have healthcare in the United States as you see like $150 million plane just over your head. Like, I get it now.
I mean, think about the fuel.
Oh,
Just to do the air show. It's going to be, I mean,
if they're going to have the planes, spend the money on the air show. Okay. Because it's so minimal. Let me see where the money's going. Don't just hide them in a base.
good morning, Heats. Good morning. Thank you.
So
Thank
I know
you.
Jim was using my scanner because he was texting me this morning. He's like, my scanner expires. He's like, the 60s the trade. I'm like, I got you, Jim. I'm just going to have to send you over an update. Give me your email. But yeah, speaking of my scanners, though, I am literally, Mondays, I like to start late because honestly, I'm not going to lie. I like sleeping on a Monday. I'm a little bit of a bum that way. But so MES, just ES running -5 here on my scanner. And about the only thing that I really trade actively right now is gold to the upside. So those are the markets I'm going to watch. I don't really know if I have a short entry down here in the ES is the only issue. So it might be kind of a sit and wait. The first thing I'd like to really shorten the ES is really all the way at 78.11.
Wow.
You said
Same level, dude.
Oh, really? There we go.
That's fun.
All right. I'm writing that one down. If you got something there and I got something there,
Yep.
78.11 or like.
I like 11 to 14 is what I was giving it. But that's the bottom of it for me.
Yeah. I mean, most aggressive is like for me would be 78.03 half, 78.04, which is going to take me to the open. Basically, it's the most aggressive I'd get.
It's funny. It's building like the exact same ES is building the exact same profile that Friday had right now.
Yeah.
This piece of garbage. But NQ just ripped through IB high. So I don't know. I assume this is rotational. Is the Dow? What's the Dow doing? Is it down? I assume.
I haven't looked at it yet today.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Instead of always asking my friends for Dow updates, maybe I should just put a Dow chart on my screen.
I'm going to be scrolling through some markets here. You're going to see the right one on my screen change as I'm looking for ops.
Arian, the IB high is the initial balance high. All that means is that is the that's the top of the initial balance. The initial balance is the first hour of RTH trading, or 9:30 to 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. The top and the bottom of that's the IB high and the IB low.
Let's see here.
It's just jargon. Like all jobs, trading's got a bunch of like acronyms and stuff. It's just stuff. No, Mike, I trade NQ too. I took some NQ trades as well. MNQ trades. I bought 180 a couple times.
All right. Might have my first thing I'm going to look for. This will be my first trade I'm going to look for right here.
PBH, the only platform I use is NinjaTrader, and that's the truth. I use NinjaTrader for all my order flow stuff. It's got everything I need, especially now that we have the DOM. So I've never used Deep Chart. I have some friends that use it. So it's on my list to just look at for curiosity.
Really,
But I don't know anything about it.
buzzing here in the NQ now. The NQ is gonna go on my. If we can get a retest similar to Friday was super boring, and then the last 30 minutes got super interesting.
Yeah,
it's a nice. We straight down off the open, consolidation from 11:30, and then a bid from basically 3:15 straight into close. But this bid out of the low, I'd really like to see us kind of come back to the mid of this range that we just put in. I don't think we're going any lower here in the ES, especially if that NASDAQ stays strong. It's been choppy to down, but we'll see.
Yep.
See. What is the IB high and what does it mean? Or what is IB high? I'll let you run with that one, so.
I answered that.
Oh, you did? Okay.
It's okay.
I'm not paying attention. That's when I'm looking and concentrating.
You said you were gonna.
I was like, I'm not gonna hear what's going on. I need
Oh no, I'm not gonna give you any shit for it. You said you said, hey man, just so you know, I'm going to focus for a second.
I'm not that great at multitasking when it comes to scanning through markets and then trying to decide where I'm gonna buy them, and then also reading the chat. Ooh, like this.
I'm glad you saw that Friday close too. I was trading way later than I normally do on Friday because I was watching an indicator thing that I'm trying to figure out, and also I was still long because I was just in it for 1,000 years. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let this runner go, and it was wild how ES just was just in a grapple hold, but NQ got 80 points out of that close, and I was glad I was in an MNQ runner. I got back to VWAP. I was like, look at this thing. This is why NQ is better.
NQ did nothing. Actually, I'm looking to short it up here. We just kind of ran into something.
Yeah, that's previous day high up there. I don't want to short anything in NQ above 124 and definitely above 30K 100. As long as we're up here, I don't really want to take any shorts, but not to say it can't work.
I'll take it right here, but I don't know if we got to trade back up to 69s. I'd kind of look for a move back down to 30,020 or 30,200, I should say.
I like that. That's a good looking trade. Make a little excess up here, head back to the point of control.
Yeah. We'll see. I might have just been a minute late on trying to get this fill spot, but I'm going to go move this chart to MNQ. And I'm going to look for something else here. Keep my scanning going on.
Whoops.
Mm.
Somebody just said they got into an ES long. I would. ES is doing like the most balanced things it can do right now. This is red team, blue team on both sides of a pretty balanced, tiny 10-point range here. I would hesitate to take stuff that like is trying to push out of this until it pushes and comes back to it. And then that would be a better place to get in. Because you have down here, this is a ton of passive buying, active selling. These sellers aren't able to press through this active buying. So we go back up here to a ton of passive selling and active buying. So you don't really know, just from an order flow perspective, you don't really have any clue of who is going to come out on top of this thing. Now, I do have these spots to buy. This is where I wanted to get long here in 88 to 92-ish area. So that's why I've been buying it. On the high time frame chart, this is a good spot too. Well, they've filled it in, but up until this was the other side of this node, and retesting all these highs. So, I mean, drawing support and resistance stuff, it's like, it is this easy. You see all these previous highs. We get above them. What's going to happen when we come down and retest them? It got to bounce here. All that stuff. So it's not the worst spot to bounce. I would just hesitate on scalping it. Be cognizant of, you don't know who's going to win this red team, blue team fight yet.
We ever?
No. I would, if you're long biased, I would get in with the buyers, though. I would get in with the passive buyers that are winning, not the active sellers that are winning. So I'd wait for.
Honestly, I don't understand. What does passive buying mean?
Passive buying is that is bid that is absorbing. So that is people crossing the spread to the bid. So that's sellers crossing into the bid, and the bid is sitting there passively absorbing that market selling.
Okay, so let's say there's 200 on the bid, and then like basically then so then there's 200 market orders that come in and fill on the bid. 200 selling market orders that come and fill on, but the bid's not moving down. Right. Because it's just saying there. So when you say passive bid, it's just like they're hanging out, they're not aggressive. The sellers are the ones crossing the market, and they're not getting any push through.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's less about like per tick, it's more about you kind of see it building. So down here it's from like 92.50 to 90, and you see this all in this negative delta. And when you get negative delta printed, that is active selling into passive buying. And when price can't break through that and it reverses out of it, that demonstrates that those sellers are not yet powerful enough to get through all of that active buying. Gotcha. And then when the opposite is happening, like on the other side, which it is up here from like 96 to 99, that's the same thing in reverse. Like there's a bunch of passive selling up there, and the buyers are not strong enough to cross the spread through that.
Gotcha.
So what you'd see on like a trend day is if this was going to trend down, you would see all of this passive buying eventually give out, because the sellers are going to come through and eventually outnumber all those passive buyers, and they're going to discover price lower. So the sellers will be on sides in that scenario. So I would wait for either one of these two to break Because right now it's just standing here.
Yeah. Might see what we can do here. I definitely don't want to be in this trade for more than 25 minutes if it's moving against me, but so far a little bit of rejection on this NASDAQ prior day high. And if we do reject, I bet we could get to prior day or current day low. Get that nice zigzag pattern. Take out highs, take out lows. Make everybody hate themselves.
Yeah, for now you have some sellers that are on sides like right here at 66. So this is decent. We have buyers on sides at 45 and 55-ish. So we got to get back through them, but it's auctioning up here anyway.
Russell doing a whole lot of nothing. Dow, both down on the day here. NASDAQ, the only thing up. Yes, is basically break even. Even though it feels a little heavier than that.
Yeah, kind of. Everybody's asking about the passive active thing. So Coaching Reflexivo says passive is order book buys. So there's two kinds of things. There are limit orders and there are market orders. Market orders move the market. Limit orders do not. They sit there. Now, limit orders are on the book. They are in the depth of market. You can see them in level 2. They are here. There are also iceberg orders, which you cannot see. You can see when you get to them if you're watching the bid and ask, but they are not listed on level 2. An iceberg is a computer program that is triggered to refresh an area. It's how institutions and the Illuminati or lizard men get large orders off without having to advertise them on the book. Those are also limit orders, though. They are not active. They don't move the market. They absorb the market.
MCL is micro crude oil. That's what MCL is. So it's what controls the price of my gas tank.
True that.
But yeah, I got an order there as well. Scanning through. Iceberg, right ahead. Yeah, I'm going to be moving through markets, so you may not see where my limits are, but just so you guys know, I have a limit in gold at 44.66.6, and then I have a limit to go short CL at 82.75. So I have 2 limits out there and currently in 1 position.
Jack's Exterior Cleaning asks, Stowe, do you sell a course on order book flow? I certainly don't. I do not. We do create a lot of free order flow content that you may consume on the internet. A lot of it is on this channel. I would say thousands of hours at this point are on this channel. We've got our Develop Your Edge sessions too. For actual flow reading and DOM stuff, I kind of defer to XY. He is much better. I think he's a better DOM trader than I am, for sure. But he's also a lot better at articulating active flow than I am. I'm not very good at teaching that. But he has a lot of stuff on the internet you can find. He's got Develop Your Edge stuff, and we've got stuff on our Vibes Traders YouTube channel. So you may absorb it for free if you want to.
Or passively. You can just sit there.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's good to look at. I mean, it's not for everybody. I will say, you know, order flow is it's a kind of trading. You don't need it. You don't need to read this stuff if you don't want to. But if it clicks with you, it could be an edge. You can also stab yourself with it. That's the tricky part about edges. So
It's a good one. It's a good
Thank
dad
you.
joke.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, I'm gonna get an MES order in there too. I'm gonna go 07s for my MES. MES.
Pablo, hi, buddy. Can a passive side recharge and absorb the aggressive side and vice versa? What do you recommend paying attention to in order to improve DOM reading? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's here, I'll pull it over. All right, so this is the ES depth of market. I'm not in a position, I'll move that. Okay, so I have a lot of columns on here. It's a lot. I have a video about setting this up too, if you want to. And this DOM is free if you want to pull it up and just look at it. This side here, these are all these gray sides. These are all the limit orders on the book. And all that means is this is a bunch of people that are sitting there. And like, for example, there's this guy at 77.97 with around 150 lots. And they want to buy 150 lots there for now. They haven't done anything, but that's what they're advertising. It's an auction, you know? They're like, I'll buy this. 150 dudes standing here. Is it all one dude? Is it 150 different dudes? No way to know. These columns here, next to those, this is the pull and stack. So when people move orders on and off of the limit order book, it shows up in this pulling and stacking. And so your word recharge there, yeah. Like we can get down into this 97 guy, we can fill 150, and then price can move away from him, and then somebody can put more lots there. Like, yeah, they pull and stack all day, everywhere. It's constantly moving around. Because, you know, things happen. News, changing of the wind, a tweet. That's going to make people pull orders and stack orders in different places, depending on what they want to accomplish. So yeah, it recharges. So that's why, for a more broader, like what the day is up to, that's why I use a delta volume profile so that I can see, you know, like what's been happening at price, where's price moving now in relation to that, just as far as like what has either side accomplished at that moment.
Coming close to my CL limit here. Here we go.
Thanks, Yoda. Glad you like it. Hit those likes. We rarely ever have to ask for likes on a Monday, though. The girls always get us there.
Yep. We just kind of show up and it looks like we've done a whole lot.
That's right. 600 likes, baby. Check me out.
Check me out.
I'm going to take credit for all of
them. Biblical Psalm, I don't look at really volume profile, to be honest, too much. I don't even have it on my screen. there's a guy I work with named Perry Wilkie, and he does a volume profile session, and I only listen to his analysis when it comes to volume profile. So if he marks up something specifically that he's looking for in volume profile, I'll pay attention to it. He's kind of the expert for me. But I don't even do my own analysis on volume profile. I just listen to him, to be honest. It's not on my screen. It's something I listen to him talk about for 7 minutes in the morning, and he highlights what he thinks is useful, and I just stick with that. And I don't try to make my own projections on it because it's not my expertise. I listen to the experts. All right, after getting short the NQs and going sideways since I stuck my neck out, we might finally begin going down. I think this is what happened. We got on air. I took the trade short. All of you joined with me. We have now put a top in the market. And finally, the Ninja Traders together collectively have eliminated any further volume. Now we must get our targets. Thank you, Ninja Traders.
To back up Jack's trade, this is a good example of, so we have a very tiny auction up here. There are active buyers, passive sellers up here, 73, 75, and a few at 83. There are active sellers here, 71, 67, and 64. Now that we are below these active sellers, this is an indication that in this tiny, tiny micro auction of just, 40 points or so, at this moment, right now, the sellers are on side. So if you take a microscope and you zoom in, if you're just looking at these 40 points to see what this auction is actually up to right now, sellers are showing more strength than the buyers did. Now, if you zoom out a tiny bit, sellers still have a lot of work to do to get through these previous active buyers that moved the market up to where we're at now. So they made step one, they're on sides with themselves. Step two, they'll need to get back through 53, 46, 43, and we've come down to this spot, and we've tested this previous buyer. We've also tested this previous high here, and this previous buyer is showing up and continuing to buy this. So when you're looking at order flow, it's important to always have that context of like, you're only looking at a microscopic moment in time. And you have to be cognizant of like, okay, well, what are my targets? Do I have an actual trade location here to put risk on? And then decide from there if it's worth it. So you can narrate every single part of the day. It just gives you little landmarks, little checkpoints. TRB trades, what indicators am I using? I have a couple. I use a RTH session volume profile. So this is just going to be regular trading hours. That's what RTH stands for. This is a delta volume profile. This is a leg-to-leg delta volume profile that resets every 60-point rotation. At the moment, we have not had a 60-point rotation since this low. We have not had a 60-point counter rotation. So this is still showing all of this leg because this leg is still going. It hasn't rotated low enough yet for the delta volume profile to reset. I use that to show me when we might be trending, stuff like that. I also use RTH VWAP and RTH VWAP standard deviation bands. And lastly, I just have a script that shows me a ton of market generated information like overnight low, overnight high, previous day high, IB low, etc. They're all very basic things. Free ways to get all of them. Not the MGI one, but like you could always just plot that yourself if you want. It just saves me some work. I can't believe Tanya thought that I was as pink as my shirt today. I swear to God.
That's wild.
It's nasty work.
They think we're colorblind. I think it's the opposite. I can tell the difference between your face and your shirt.
Is it close? It's close, I guess.
All right. CL had a nice reaction off of it initially so far. My resistance level, ATR bar. Love to see that. So we got a yellow bar after my entry, which means we've expanded the true range by 50% or more upon my entry. So that always makes me be like, all right, this one should work. Getting in a trade and immediately ATR should work, or at least I can move my stop down a bit more than I would. So reduce my risk, at least on the stop side of things. And then I just changed my gold order to be a little bit more aggressive here. I'll show you that. We're kind of just sticking up higher. And I just realized Jim was using my scanner this morning to pick out gold too. So gold was one of the strongest. It was the strongest market off the open in the scanner. And of course you can see that in the price action, but we're breaking out here after what looks like it's a flag. So if we can come back and hold this mid-range here in GC, I was initially looking for a bid around like 67s, but as we've kind of crawled back to the highs, we're either going to double top and sweep back to 67 or hold kind of mid-range here and get that continuation breakout. Silver, yep, usually, of course, they're moving together. And I don't know what copper's. Let's see. What's copper doing? This is copper. Copper's not looking hot. Dr. Copper's not looking hot. This is silver. Silver is looking hot. Hot as a popsicle on a sidewalk on a summer's day.
Rogue shots, you see, I don't see 100 lots anywhere on NQ at the moment. Maybe that question came in and then they filled them. But as far as will buyers fill anything, you don't know. You never know. There's really no way to know. Liquidity often serves as a magnet, especially if we're close to it. But I try not to let that influence my stuff. I like what Jack's up to here with this short. Active selling, really working through.
Yeah, they're finally coming. They saw me hold it. Hold the line. But yeah, with as weak as the ES is here too, I'm thinking huge divergence, new high of the day in the NASDAQ, not even through the open on a down day in the ES.
Yep.
ES, NASDAQ is up, we almost got up, fourth tenths of a percent. You look at the other indexes, down 0.5% in the Russell, down 0.4% in the YM. ES, down, I don't know, 0.1%. Nothing's moving up. If nothing's moving up, does the NASDAQ really have the oomph, or are we even in the market type of situation where the NASDAQ's going to take out prior day high and keep going? Probably not. Probably we're just not in that market type where the NASDAQ's going to just take out the previous day's high and keep going when nothing else is. We're more in a back and forth. We're not in it's not one of those months where we finish the month up 8%. It's one of those months that we continue to see a lot of just goes one way, goes the other way, goes one way, goes the other way. I mean, a little bit of a drift higher, of course, but it's not extreme. It's not extreme.
Yep.
You don't see my chart? Which chart don't you see?
Good trade. I think they just had my whole chart up for a second.
Oh.
But they moved us back. My leg-to-leg settings on ES are, I use a 10-point rotation reset setting, and I don't group ticks at all. So that it just shows ES is small enough that it just shows each tick. I don't compress ticks. But I use 10 points on ES, 60 points on NQ. Yeah, no problem, bud. Yeah, we have a leg-to-leg delta profile for free now. You can go to, I think it's on Leo's trader. What the hell are we calling those things? Trader profiles? What's our little thing with our pictures?
Microsites.
Thank you. Yeah, you can go to Leo's thing and follow the flow for the freedom. I think they all live in the same download place. Trader profile. How weird is it that I got it right on the first thing? Jim, you missed it on Friday. I was trying to be a good host and close the show out nicely with some plugs for next week. And I plugged things that had already happened. So that's what happens when you leave me to my own devices to close the show, just so you know.
All right, coming down to that gold entry, you're getting pretty close here. So let's see if we can get a bounce. Here we are. All right. This is where I stop adding to new positions. I'm going to need to kind of go hands off in a sense of these things just need to start working or not working, although they're all looking all right now. But
let me see. Let's see if I can dig that up.
So, gold for this trade, guys, I use my scanner. Gold, strongest market off the open. I wanted to get a deeper pullback, didn't get it, started moving back up towards highs, looked for a little bit of a pullback. So just kind of increased how aggressive I am being in the middle of this range. I'm taking a first target here real quick. As soon as that first target goes off, this first target is only like 3 points. It's not much. I'll immediately start moving this stop up and just be looking for new highs. That's the ideal setup here. And it is 11:37. Anybody else seen any different markets out there today that you like? The trends? Something new? Or we all just trade in the NQ? Copper might be making a low here. I think I just got my first target off in gold. All right. So once again, gold, just, reiterate, it is, look at this. This is as bullish as it gets for my scanner, right? Number 5. So that's like anytime I see a 5, I'm like, can I find a setup in a 5? So I'm running +5, which is as bullish as it gets. Just look how quickly, just, not a big first target, but instantly got that first target. I'm going to move my stop just like above this, what I call a swing mark, which is just the beginning of a move. So I've taken a third of my position off, reduced my risk, move my stop up, and now I'm just kind of looking for that final push higher into new highs of the day in the continuation of the direction of the trend. We'll see if that works, but step 1, identify a market that's moving in a direction. Step 2, find an entry. Step 3, manage risk. Like that is my trading process in a nutshell. What sorcery does this scanner on? It's called Jack Gleason sorcery. It's called staring at the markets till you're blind for 15 years, coming up with theories, spending countless hours coding them. This scanner is 30,000 lines of code deep. That is the sorcery. But it basically looks for 5 different indications of trend scanned across 3 different time frames and then comes up with a composite score. And that's the basics of it. Yeah, proprietary. It is proprietary. It is completely customized and developed by yours truly. You won't find it anywhere else. But here on NinjaTrader, I want to share it with you guys. Or if you decide to, or I did give away some lifetime licenses, but it will eventually. I am going to give out a trial eventually, but a free trial eventually. But I have to just fix in some things to be automated before I do that, because I'm not going to be managing that manually at all. No chance. Too much work. But
the tone guy says, I'd really like to find the indicator that shows overnight low and other levels. I gotta be honest, in the world in 2026, you have so many tools at your disposal to make whatever you want to make. And when it comes to extremely basic things like market generated information, you can probably figure out how to make this with Claude. Just go, if you go talk to Claude long enough, you're going to get your target, I think, Jack. Might even get 190. That would be sick. If you talk to Claude long enough about anything, you can just give, if you have an idea, if you're like, these are the 5 pieces of MGI that I want to see, just go talk to Claude for a while. He's a good guy.
all right. First target in the NQ hit, although my first in targets just coincidentally based on the setup are basically right next to one another, but first target got hit there. And I will move my stop down above the high. We no reason we should realistically get back up there if this trade's going to work. So once again, entry, target, reduce risk, repeat.
Michael says, what do you guys recommend with choppy days? I keep getting killed with a bunch of knife cuts. Well, there's a lot to unpack with that. I would say, I don't know. I kind of, people throw around choppy day all the time. And it's like, what does that actually mean? And like NQ is in the middle of balance right now, while ES is just right at its low. So what I would recommend is, like, don't get married to the idea that, like, that people just say, oh, this is choppy, this is choppy, this is choppy. People just say that shit. What you should do is you need to work on having some sort of execution system, and whether that is like predetermined levels, predetermined market bias, that's the stuff that you should build for yourself. Like right now, I'm only long NQ above 124 to 100. I'm not looking to be short, because NQ is in a trend up through a system. It's not a system, through like a set of rules that I made up for myself. You should have something like that. And then you should also have a way to find predetermined levels that you want to trade. Like I drew this 88.50 down here. I don't want to trade it, but that's a point of interest for me that I want to see what happens there. We're kind of selling off. I don't want to catch the knife on that, but if we bounce from there, that will give me confidence that the market doesn't want to go lower. So once you have your predetermined level, then you have to be able to structure your trade. So if I don't want to catch this knife here at 88.50 and just blindly buy this, because I don't, I need to have enough risk to reward on the table to be able to get something out of this trade, right? So right now, all these sellers are kind of being rewarded. This doesn't look good for me to buy this right now. So I'm going to need to wait until we're at least back above these guys and I see a buyer again. And by the time that happens, I only really have like 3 or 4 points to grab before we run back into a passive seller. So even if I wanted to trade this without initiating in a really sketchy spot, there's really no way for me to get enough risk to reward to make this make sense for me. Like, you can be right, but the risk to reward still sucks, and then it doesn't make sense to take that trade. So what I just did is This is how I talk to myself all day. It's just like, well, you want to put that trade on? It's kind of stupid. You're just going to get back to the point of control. What are you trying to get 2 points out of yes right now on this slow day? No. So then I just don't trade. Jack's got a million rules. He's got like ATR candles to fire. He puts limits in based on retracement, the 50% stuff. Listen to him talk. He's got a ton of Jack specific rules that he goes through every time he's getting in and out of a trade. That's what you need.
Yeah. So as far as like, like, let's just, okay. What the question was like related to like consolidation days or like choppy days?
He asked, he said, what do you guys recommend with choppy days? They keep getting killed with a bunch of knife cuts. That was the quote.
Okay. So one thing is just to be certain, the majority of days are choppy. So you really need to figure this one out. Two things. One, just, if I imagine if you're getting whacked around on a choppy day that you're trading only continuations. You're not trading range edges. So that's probably one of the issues. Are you only looking for breakouts and breakdowns, or are you trading range? Like choppiness is like really choppiness in a range. So that's one of the things. Just, you really have to avoid range trading breakout. Are you a range trading, a breakout trader trading a choppy day? Well, yeah, you're going to get smoked. Two, okay, what is the range? That's why I have the average to range like literally printed on my screen, because if you're looking for an 80-point target when we're moving, 30 points on average every 30 minutes, you're going to be sitting in this position a while. And that's why you see me have, one of the reasons I have multiple targets. I don't think this market is anything special in a sense that we're not extremely bullish. The volatility isn't really that crazy. So it's not a market for me where I want to be holding my full position for a full target for a new high of the day or a new low of the day. If you're getting in trades and your targets are always new high of the day or new low of the day, you're going to reduce your probability to like very low. So you either need to be having multiple targets, and those targets should be based on what we're moving. Okay. And how much we're moving, it changes on a day-to-day basis, but it can be measured. And I literally gave out that code that measures it for free. So that's one thing that'll help you. Okay. So, actually trading the range, because guess what? The majority of the time the market ranges. Two, being aware, or I guess I can go three, I can go a bunch of different points here. I look at all four indexes, and I'm paying attention to, all right, right now, NASDAQ is, on a percentage change basis, the strongest. And I believe the Russell was the weakest. So if you're trying to go only long the weakest market and only short the strongest market, probably not going to do you any favors. Paying attention to relative strength, relative weakness, very important. If you look at these trades I have on, gold is the strongest market according to my data set. And that's the market I'm looking, long through highs. Really, if you look at this chart here in gold out of the lows, this is a lot different than like the chart of oil, which I am short. Like oil, I'm anticipating just a back and forth. Gold, I'm anticipating an actual continuation into new highs of the day. So, reducing risk by using multiple targets, huge. Being all in, all out on a range day with, average, if your targets are above the average to range of the time frame of which you're entering, you're reducing your probability of getting that target to be pretty low. If you have a stop of 1 and a target of 3, and so you have an inverted risk reward ratio in a choppy market, you're just not going to get that. So a lot of it is math, a lot of it is trend awareness. But all of those problems that you're running into are probably answered with one of the things I just gave you. I don't know which one it is, because you can tell me more information of why you feel like you're getting stopped out, and I can help you. But if you diagnose everything I just said, you'll probably find an answer there. Rant over.
Good rant. Good rant. I like it. Oh, golf clap. Thank you, production. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can play it back. Save that one.
Can't tell. Some liquidity there at 211. Looks pretty happy to bid here.
Yeah, this ES support we came off of is literally something I had on that chart, 88.5. So
yeah,
I'll be interested to see how the ES acts here.
We got a lot of the same
NASDAQ.
levels today, Jack.
Yeah, are you there too?
We are level maxing. I got 88.5. Yes.
All right, that's the full 50% retracement from Tuesday's low to the Friday high.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm sure you have it for a different reason, but that is and we just stuck it right now.
That's awesome. Yes, it is last week's VWAP close, which is also a different way to say 50%. It's another mid. It's a different mid.
Well, yeah, it's a mid. That is interesting. Sometimes that's kind of interesting. Those line up exactly the same because like they because that's volume weighted versus this is just price divided.
Yeah.
So I would imagine us sticking that. Probably something to watch. I'm going to admit that's actually going to make me want to take this second target off here in NQ just because we got 2 points away from that second target and I kind of came into a support level that I had down there in the NQ. And so I'm just going to take another third off in the NQ and we'll see what happens here. But I do think there's a possibility here, especially if we start getting some structure in lunch that I'll see. I'd like to see us hold that level for 45 minutes. It's lunch. I'm not going to be too aggressive to the upside. But if that level holds for the next 45 minutes and, we spend that time frame rallying, I'll be looking for a long entry in ES coming out of lunch. I'm not too eager to do it right now in the middle of lunch on a Monday as we go into or past the European session close here.
We might have the same level for different reasons. But Jack and Stowe are always mid-maxing. Don't forget it, chat.
Mid-maxing everything. My weekend was a mid. I'm going to go hit the gym and give a mid workout.
Same, actually. It's going to be very mid. I can tell already.
Today's going to be mid. Unless I get some pre-workout in me. I've been doing this Stairmaster, and every day I added a limit to my Stairmaster.
Okay, yeah.
I got to train for this elk hunting trip.
Okay.
And just kind of wondering at what point am I on the Stairmaster where I've added too many minutes and my legs fall off.
Yeah. Well, I do the 15% incline, and I do the same thing. And some days it's like every second is a minute long, and you're just like, good Lord, get me out of this treadmill. There's a few torture like a treadmill or a Stairmaster. But some days it's great. Some days I feel like I could climb that thing forever. I don't know.
Speaking of mid.
Right on cue, Stowe. I'm literally going to hit the Stairmaster as soon as we close the stream for the morning.
Dude, we are health maxing on NinjaTrader Live all the time.
Mid health.
Although my weekend was not a lot of health during the weekend.
No,
but
neither was mine, Jim.
What'd you do, man?
I was drinking martinis last night, so I'm a little banged up.
Sounds like you and Jim had the same weekend.
Man, I was fortunate enough to go to UFC 330 in Philly, and it was a riot.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, though I saw the highlights, but my goodness, what great fights.
Yeah, the final the championship one at the end was a little disappointing. Yeah. But there was so many good ones. We were there the whole time, man. We were there for 8 hours watching fights.
Did you end up seeing Dan?
Dan
Hodgman.
Oh no. Dan gave his ticket to Max, who works for Dan, and so I hung out with him the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. Do you know Gino Duca?
Yeah, I know.
I saw him. Hung out with him a little bit, along with Dodgy, DDS.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at you.
You're
in the influencer game. That's why I saw somebody post this weekend on social media.
Dude, I'd rather hang out with you two anytime.
I'd rather hang out with you too.
What do we got position-wise? Stowe, are you flat?
Oh yeah, I haven't been in anything. I think this whole time. I bought 92 a couple times this morning.
Yeah,
and just scalped it for 4 or 5 points each time.
Got it.
Yeah.
And Jack, you're rocking 3 positions now.
Yeah, I got 2 targets off in NASDAQ, 1 target off in gold. Riding the back of your tweet here this morning. And I got no targets off in CL, but I am up on the trade. Just kind of looking for a short back to the bottom of the range there. 82.34 is my first target, and then maybe a continuation down to 81.84 is here. But this resistance has held pretty well. I do think we're in a mid market. Nothing too exciting going on. I am going to be looking for potential ES long coming out of lunch based on where we just bounce. I want to see what the structure sets up like. Or just really paying attention to that 88 half level. But yeah, got a lot of good stuff on right now.
Awesome.
And just letting it play out.
All right. Very, very awesome, man. Appreciate you guys. Great job as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please. So I got a few announcements. I'm going to actually get them accurate, Stowe.
Good, thank you. Thank God you're back.
Yeah, but hang tight though. The third one involves you guys. So
okay.
First and foremost, Wednesday at 4:00 after the bell rings, we do have the Discord channels live right now, and we do have Deli and Pax are going to be in there live at 4:00. There's going to be and Pharm. I'm sorry. Pharm, Pax, and Anthony. And it says plus giveaways, baby. So you definitely want to be in there 4:00. And come with questions too, because they'll have this Q&A section. It's going to be super great. So Discord is Wednesday at 4 p.m. We're not done. The following day, we have a Develop Your Edge with Sarah Strat Sniper. Identify and trade reversals like a pro. This will be Sarah's first. I am so looking forward to this. It's going to be awesome. Bring your Q&As, man, because this is an interactive event. That's Thursday at 4 p.m.
Hell yeah.
And then lastly, 2 things. 1, the vibe check by Stowe. You got to get it. Do whatever you have to do, man. If you just got to run people over to grab it, just get it. That's number 1. And number 2, Jack.
There's no demand for it. It's totally free. There's not a wait list.
Oh man, you got to get it. It's awesome. And for any other reason, it makes you feel good in the morning doing it.
That's true.
So you should do it. And then number 2, Jack's scanner. Every morning now, I'm looking at that scanner. I'm looking at these green and red histogram bars, and I'm kind of thinking about my bias. Today, I saw that gold green bar. I'm like, oh man, I got to check this out. And we're going to do the edge report on gold too. So definitely get Jack's scanner if you get a chance.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, guys. I cut into my edge report time, so I'm going to do a real abbreviated one on gold itself. So thank you, guys. I will talk to you later this week for sure.
Take care.
Later, Jack. Peace.
Later, chat. Later, Stowe.
All right, real quick. Gold right now, daily candle chart right now. This rally really started in earnest back on July 17, 2028. We had a little bit of pause, about a week or so of pause, and then boom, blast off again in earnest on the 5th of August. And we just keep making new milestones. We just keep breaking up higher and higher and higher. A little bit of consolidation the last few days, but today we're off to the races with a pretty big green candle. No shadow at the top of today's candle. We have a PAX line at 44.90. Previous week's high is really in focus right now, 45.09. Spot 1. RSI sloping up nicely, just like it's supposed to. Intraday, let's check out this intraday chart. Let me make it a little bit bigger for you guys to see it a little bit better. Kind of a weird volume profile. We have a really nice kind of point of control way lower here, but we haven't traded down there for at least a couple of hours. That was at 44.53 spot 9-ish, give or take. Once we took out this overnight high, which was the London IB high, and that R1, which is part of the daily pivot, boom, we blasted off even higher. Right now, we're trying to take out the U.S. initial balance high as we speak with a pretty nice bullish candle forming right now in the 30-minute. One-day max is next up on the radar screen. If we can squeak that out, and that's approximately, come on, Jim, move your fingers, 44.91 spot 4. Above that, we have R2, 45.06 spot 5, and then call resistance at 45.10. So there's some targets on the upside. Should we get a breakout to the upside? On the downside, well, again, the point of control is pretty good, but we have a second distribution that's kind of forming as we speak right now. It's not a dominant distribution yet, but it could turn into one. But that VWAP right now is kind of flatlined around right above that point of control, by the way, 44.57, spot 7. We break that, we got Jacks 2, we got IB low, we have the pivot, at 44.17, spot 4, and then Jacks 1 all the way at 4,400. For now, this is looking pretty bullish. I'm looking for places to get long at this point in the day. We'll see what happens this afternoon. That is Late Morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here for NinjaTrader Live. We had a great session this morning. We're going to have a great session this afternoon, 2 o'clock start, starting with Shai's afternoon wrap up. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, super important to me. Love you all. We will see you after a nice relaxing lunch. Take it easy, everybody.